next, right? Are we going to drop or hold here? Either way, I think some of these tickers are going to be reacting to that. So, Beth, Happy New Year's to you. BTC is only consolidating this week, though. What is Bitcoin doing? What's the price of Bitcoin? Let me look it up. Because I don't have I don't know what the ticker is for DAS. You guys know what the ticker is for DAS for Bitcoin? 88. All right, so 88. So it's just maintaining. So it's not really doing it. It's just kind of maintaining. All right, it's not really dropping or going crazy. So that's good. It's not bad. Um, Look at Google. Let's take a look at Google and what that's doing. Normally, they don't get great volume pre-market unless they have some kind of news. And again, we're not seeing anything now. Again, it's just similar to whatever we've been, everything we've been seeing, right? Just the initial pop and just sideways. So nothing great right now. We'll have to wait and see how this goes a little bit later. Cup of sugar to get to the moon. Three. It's a great name. What is this? 3.5 cups of sugars to get to the moon. Is that on the coffee? Is that straight? What kind of sugar are we talking about here? Because to get to the moon, you're gonna need more than regular Domino sugar. You're gonna need a little extra spice on that. But welcome to the Lambos and Garbage Truck family. We appreciate you joining. It's good to have you. Is Tesla not doing good? Yeah, Tesla, and Tesla. Yeah, it's not doing well here, friends. Dropping towards that 455 area, 454. But again, we just needed to move. We don't care if it goes up and down. I know some people prefer if it goes higher or lower, depending on your trading style. But we normally trade both sides of the field here. So as long as it moves in the market open, should be good for us. But look at their day. Their daily's hurting here. It's everything is just red, 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 red. We're gapping up here. Are we going to end red? So we'll see. Almost 9.5 minutes to the market open. And we'll see how Tesla does. That's what I'm going to be paying attention to today. And just hopefully we can get one really good trade and be done to kick off the new year. And just a reminder, guys, I know a lot of people might be starting their live trading now, right? So it's kind of kicking the new year. One day does not determine the entire trading career or the entire year. So if you do bad today, do not force yourself in trying to make a green trade, because these days that we're trading in right now are not the easiest. I'm not saying they're not tradable. They're just not the easiest, right? And whether they're a great day or not, your career is not determined by one single trade. It's determined by a set of trades, the month, the quarter, right? I mean, just don't focus on one individual day. That's a big, big, big mistake, right? And I done it. I'm saying that because I done it. I hate red days. I used to hate them when I started. I'm like, oh my God, red day, red week. That's it. My whole career is over. I'm a failure. No. It's not the way it works, right? So be very, very careful with that type of mindset. Um, all right, friends. I see watch lists. Let's go over those, and then we'll let Andrew and Brian do their thing in chat. Here we have Jared. He's looking at Tesla, AMD, and Nvidia. He also has silver. No, not silver. SLS. I'm not sure what that is. IRWD, which is hot this morning, spiking up pretty good there. Gary's looking at Tesla and Nvidia. Nate, as I mentioned earlier, futures. He does trade futures, so if you're interested in futures at 11 a.m., definitely hang out with him. He's looking at the Magnificent Seven and AMD. Eamon looking at AMD for today. I also have AMD on my list. Brian, Tesla, Nvidia, AMD, Rocket Lab, SPYs, and the Qs. Pretty much the usual suspects that we've been watching lately have been getting the most volume. And Andrew as well going with a very usual suspects list here. Tesla, Nvidia, AMD, and POTR. I mean, that is as usual suspects as it gets right there. So, friends, there you have it. I'll leave you with Andrew and Brian over in chat. We're going to continue. Let me check one thing. SLV looks good. Yeah, look, if you like to trade SLV, SLV's been great, especially the last couple of days. It's been really good. So if you like it, I normally don't trade it, but if you like it, yeah, put it on your list. I think silver is good. There's some other silver type tickers you could look at, like AG doesn't look great actually, but there's some other ones that you can look at aside from that one. But yeah, it does look good. So take a look at it. GLD is the other one. GLD
is the one I look at for gold.
For gold,
GLD
okay,
for
yeah.
Gold and
Yeah.
SLV for silver, but yeah, I don't typically trade them, but
Yeah,
they're there,
yeah.
as you say.
Yeah, they're there. Be careful, GLD, man. This thing could move. Look at this. This is some good moves as far as dollar wise. So be careful with the number of shares. All right, friends, take care. Trade safe. We'll see you guys a little bit later. Andrew and Brian in chat, and wish you guys a first New Year's trading day. Have a great day.
Exactly. Welcome to 2026, everyone.
Yeah.
Good morning, everybody. How's everybody doing? Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Happy New Year, guys. Brian, how are you doing?
Doing good. Go to. You should get your barber, hairstylist.
I should
Guess
do
they
what?
don't have barbers. I'm gonna get it cut like yours.
Oh, yeah, that's good. Well, Happy New Year, really.
All right. Wendy S is moving up. That was from Wednesday. So starting off the year, if they pop up, I know. Oh, Tesla's coming back up. It's going to be one of those days with Tesla. It might be kind of choppy. Silver actually does look interesting.
All right, so silver is up on again.
Yeah,
4%.
back up.
5%,
CME is
back up.
really trying to beat it down, but market keeps saying no. No, you don't. All right, for January 1st, I'm just looking at the spot gamma options feedback this morning, saying it's quite bearish. Although we are gapping up. Let's see where we go.
All right, so a few minutes to the open. Let's see if NVIDIA is popping up really nicely. Let's see what
wow, Tesla really ripped back up. Tesla's book is quite bullish right now.
Yeah,
Nvidia
also
ripped
has a
right
very
back
big.
up too. Holy cow! Like,
Nvidia is
look at
nice.
AMD go. AMD is cranking it too.
I really like NVDA. Let's see if we can take a long on NVDL. Some really big order at 190.
Geez, I hate the price action right now. It's a little bit too erratic.
NVIDIA is very nice. At 190, there is some big orders.
Hmm. It's like the market's open already. Holy cow. All right, well, 20 seconds, everybody. Careful, these pops often gets sold. So let's just see where things go.
All
Okay,
right, let's see
ding,
what
ding,
NVIDIA is doing. Oh, NVIDIA went already to 190.
Qs are ripping. Spies popping up too.
Wow, NVIDIA really popped up to 190. That's it's the daily charts. Yeah, 191. 191 now. Some big order at 191 on NVIDIA. See if you can get.
Yeah, look at AMD go.
191, 192, and NVIDIA is nice. SPY. Let's see if you can get a 1 minute range breakout on NVIDIA would be nice. Toward one. Tesla. Yeah, I'm gonna get a long on NVIDIA, 190.18. You have some orders at 191 and 192 on NVIDIA. See if you can get a 1 minute range breakout toward them. How many shares I have? Okay. All right, so NVIDIA, guys, is going toward 191, 1 minute range breakout. Nice. Come on, Market Atlas is. Oh, did I lost my Atlas? I look like I lost my Atlas.
Short the SPY. Just covering some here. I'm trading 685 puts.
Let's see what happened with NVIDIA. I just lost my Atlas. Bringing it back here. Let's see if you can go to. It did go
Just gonna cover
all the way to very
Just covering
Bye.
some more. Covering some more SPY short.
Let's see if we can go there. $191. Oh,
Oh,
there you go. I'm going to go there.
Man, AMD is cranking it. So is Nvidia, I guess.
Guys on NVIDIA 191.
Just going to cover some more here at 150 on these puts.
All right, so let's see if we can. I'm long heavy, guys, on NVDA. See if we can get to 192. Tesla. Oh yeah, Tesla sold off, huh?
Yeah, Tesla sold off. I kind of thought Tesla was going to be dog's breakfast.
All right, so yeah, for some reason my Atlas crashed, but
Mine's running okay.
yeah, I know I was testing the new version, but the new version crashed.
No. Do you want to see what NVIDIA looks like?
No. I have it back into production. So
Okay, here's
we're gonna go.
there's still a big order at 192.
Yeah, I'm gonna add a little bit more on NVIDIA 191 in case we can get to 192. For 5 minutes we're gonna break out. Yeah,
Wow, look at Tesla tank.
Tesla's setting
Tesla's
up.
got a big order at 450. That's PDC.
All right, so NVIDIA 191.50, 192. There's a big order there, so
Still sticking with my short on the SPY.
Tesla keeps selling off, huh? Tesla's gonna go to R3. I think 192 is nice if you can get to NVDA. I have a very big size on NVDA, so let me sell some at 192.50. Oh, already 192.50, huh? $191.75. Put some order up there. Anyone in NVIDIA long? Nice. 191.75. I have some order. I should have got into NVIDIA instead.
Wow, big bounce on the SPY and the Qs.
Nice. Orders are going very well. SPY. Oh, Tesla is selling off. Tesla is completely going the opposite direction.
It's getting ready to get out of the rest of this SPY short if we break above the 9 EMA here.
All right, so we have the order at 192. Tesla, surprisingly, Tesla sold off really bad. Tesla,
If you look at the daily's been really weak on Tesla. Tesla's been struggling.
NVDA. Let's see if NVDA can go to 192. My average is 190.40, just below the revap. See if we can get there.
People aren't buying what Musk is selling. He did miss his deadline again by with his full self-driving.
What was his?
He promised that there would be they'd be taking the assistant drivers out of their cars. I think it was in Austin by the end of the new year, or by the end of the year, I should say. Okay, I should have, really in retrospect, I should have added to that SPY short back at the VWAP. It was a perfect place to re-add that short. Damn.
All right, so NVIDIA is back. NVIDIA really next 5 minute closes the doji, so on a 5 minute, that's not good. I might get a stopped out here at the break even. Tesla is gonna go red. It's by the look of it.
Silver's selling off. SPY new low of day. Anyone short the SPY with me?
All right, I'm getting out of my NVIDIA, guys. I canceled all of my orders at the rewrap.
I didn't really like shorting the Qs because they seemed to be stronger than the SPY. But
it looks like NVIDIA wants to go back up. No. All right, in that case, we're gonna go back in NVIDIA 191. Back on NVIDIA. See if we want to go back up to 192. Wow, what a bounce. Adding a little bit more on it and see if we can go back to 192. This 941 candlestick was interesting. PLTR. Wow, PLTR sold off. Tesla. Yeah, if Tesla, the previous day close might be bounce. 450 is a level.
it's a pretty big order at 450.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and you're right. That's right around PDC.
Let's see if NVIDIA can hold it back toward the 192. Qs are trying to come back up, SPY trying to come back up. All right, so NVIDIA is gonna go 192. Oh, there you go. So NVIDIA is gonna go toward 192. Oh, there you go.
Just shorted Tesla just to catch this drop here. It's going to 450.
I'm glad I got that.
Quick, just a quick scalp. I'm looking at the SPY. Looks like it's finding a bottom here, so I'm going to get out of that.
Putting some order at 192 on NVDA. I think most likely is going to go. I'm adding a little bit more on it here as well. 191.77. SPY is coming.
It's going to covering some Tesla. Ooh, nice drop. Okay, got it. Diddly diddly. There you go. Might even go further, but although it's going to bounce here because this is BDC.
Tesla went below 450, huh?
Yeah, just picked up all those orders. 30,000 shares.
Yeah.
Market Atlas comes through again.
It's the magic.
It's
It's
that
the
one.
magic.
Just that one trade that Atlas helped me on there. That was that paid for 3 or 4 month subscription to Trading Terminal.
Yes, there you go. So let's see if NVIDIA can go to 192 as well. I have some orders on there. Beautiful. Nice. So I got filled at 192, guys.
Nice, Jared. Jared got a short on that too. Awesome way to start the year.
What's NDIS? Is that a ticker you guys are trading? Nebius Group. Nice. Guys, long NVIDIA, guys, very nice. But I have very big size of NVIDIA. 192.50 is the next order. We put some 1,000 share on NVIDIA. What a great year. 192.66.
And it's only one day. Wow.
Wow, it's amazing. SPY popped up. Is there any data coming in? 9:45, S&P Global Manufacturing.
At 10 o'clock, there was construction spending, but I don't know of any.
Wow, SPY is ripping.
Ooh, nice. I just got out of flat on everything right now. Oh, look at Tesla bounce back right off PDC.
I was going to take that trade. I forgot. I have such a big size on NVIDIA, but you get SPY.
I should have flipped my position. I knew it was going to bounce there. Damn.
All right, I got filled at 192.50. I have a very big size on NVIDIA. Let's see if we can get to 192. 193 is now an order, so. SPY is ripping too.
Yeah, SPY made the same move.
NVDA is now at a very important level, December 26. It's high 192.66. Wow. SPY is reaping. What was the PMI? Benzinga didn't announce anything.
69.12. $68.90 on the SPY 0 DT calls. There's a big options order there for positioning, I should say.
Matt, that was PMI, huh? Benzinga didn't announce anything. Ooh, SPY, look at that. 193 is now gonna go.
Yeah, big bounce.
Did I have any order at 193? 1,000 shares at 193. Oh no. Oh shit. $193.
Gonna try a short on Tesla here. This is VWAP and the 20, so like a 920 trade.
Oh, great trading day. That is
Take them
such a
off
great
here.
start of the year. Paris, what did you
Take
trade?
them off.
Intel, huh? Nice trade on Intel.
Taking more off on Tesla. Short.
Oh, amen. Nice trade. I was going to take the Tesla reversal the previous day close, but
Yeah, that was crazy. I should have flipped my position on that.
nice. Sudipta, nice. NVDL, nice. Dong. Yeah, it was very nice. Very nice.
Came out of the rest of Tesla that have 920. Yeah, that's Eamon. Eamon loved those parabolic reversals. That's his bread and butter trade there. Here you go. Hey man, how's your wife doing? She out of the hospital? Because I think she was in the hospital there for a while. Oh, look at Tesla sell off now. Damn, just stopped me out. That was the move I was looking for. Back down to the 9. Oh, nice. Okay. You're going back to Thailand? That's awesome. He liked it so much, he went back again. Went back again. Yeah, that was nice. Yeah, Tesla's great for bouncing off levels. Sometimes sometimes it just overshoots a little bit, like it dipped its toe in the red there. But and I think it's just the algos or market makers. They just like to trigger stops because there was probably a bunch of people that had stops right at PDC, so they pay us. So they just let them dump their shares, and then they bought them all up, and then ripped the thing higher. Rocket Lab's blasting off here after that hard sell-off. That's true. Still, there's lots of places you can go north. You can go up to Chiang Mai.
All right, NVDA just sell off just short of 193. I'm still in there. Interesting. That was a great trading day. How was your New Year, Brian?
It was good, very good. How about yours?
I was good. Take it pretty easy. Nothing crazy.
Nothing too crazy.
Nope.
You went and did like a cold plunge, right?
Yeah, I did. For the New Year, I did. That was really nice.
Did you do the polar bear thing?
No, I didn't do the polar bear. No.
Oh, okay.
So the reason that Sami, the reason that I'm not adding anything is because I already have a very big size on NVDA. I took like huge size on NVDA, so I'd rather not to add. I still have a big size on it, so it's already a very big position, so it's no point of adding it. Yeah, Florida is definitely a place that I'm thinking of coming. Very in Florida, if you want to move on, somewhere nice. Thinking of I think I'm probably going to.
Short Tesla again.
So Sebastian, yeah, kind of. Like NVIDIA, it wasn't super extended for 5 minutes of in-range breakout. As you see, NVIDIA has a much higher ATR, so I wouldn't be too concerned about it. Fort Lauderdale, yeah.
So I'm short Tesla again. See if we can get there's the order again back at 450. Might take a while to get there now. I don't like the price action. It looks like it's gonna SPY cues are breaking out here.
SPY makes a new high.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm out of it. I still think it's going to 450. Not a good way to kick off the new year.
All right, so that was a pretty good new year so far. How far we're all time?
Yeah. Wow. Another new penny stock that's doing really well. Yeah, AMD keeps going.
NVDA, I want to get to 193 on NVDA. See if NVDA can go back to 193. Watchers.
Hmm. Uranium stocks seem to be doing well this morning. CCJ. I'm tempted to short Tesla once more, but it looks like it's just getting choppy. Markets are just getting choppy. AMD is new high day. Yeah, maybe on Tesla. That's why I'm kind of hesitating on it. There's still that big order down on the downside there. But yeah, it does look like it made a higher low on that pullback. The only thing interesting is the SPY and the Qs are kind of rolling over a bit here. Qs are coming back down to the VWAP. SPY might do a 920 here, although I'm not going to take that. Feels like the Qs are selling off more. Yeah, AMD, Walcott AMD was really just ripped at the open. Well, with NVIDIA. Excuse me. Hmm. Actually, NVIDIA did a really nice 920 just now. It bounced off of, came down through the 9, hit the 20 and bounced. So I'm not sure what it's going to do here. Probably go back up. So right at 1010 too. But this is a 920, might not work out here because it seems like the Qs and the SPY are selling off here. If I took that 920, I'd be stopping out right pretty close to now. Small loss, very small loss on that trade. But that's why why you have your stop loss in place. See, Tesla's selling off. See, Eamon talked me out of that trade. No worries. Take responsibility for your own decisions. It did look like it was flagging for sure, but I did like the that order sitting there at 450 again. 33,000 shares right now. Like the fact that the markets are rolling over too here. That's right. No crime in the casino. No, it's all good. Yeah, is that right? QBTS. Yeah, what were the what are the quantum stocks doing? IONQ. Holy cow. IONQ is nuts. What a drop. Whew. Look at us drop. Holy cow. Oh man. What did you do?
Sorry about that.
Did you tweet something while you were away from the camera? Because it looks like though you caused the markets to sell off.
I know. I gotta stop that on NVIDIA, guys. Sorry. Oops. Um,
So washroom break didn't work.
no.
The washroom break strategy.
Yeah, I got out, guys, on NVIDIA. I gotta stop that. So. Wow. Market really bounced back, huh?
Yeah.
Tesla
Qubits.
back red.
Yeah, Qubits did a nice 920 for sure. Yeah. Beauty. That's a bear 920 as opposed to a bull. They work both ways. I was kind of thinking that NVIDIA was going to be a 920, but the market had other ideas. The whole market just tanked. This is where Eamon takes a reversal, maybe. This 683.90 area is pre-market low on the SPY. It's probably going to bounce there. Let's try a little bit of a long here.
On what?
Just on the SPY.
Mm.
I'm just small size here because I don't know if this is gonna hold. Here we go. Sell some here. I'm just trading the 683 calls.
Brian is trying to take a double bottom on a SPY, huh? Tesla
It's
is
not really even a double. It's not even a double bottom. It's more of a Amen trade. Parabolic reversal. There we go.
all right. Oh, we'll see. Tesla.
Sell some more. I'm just sold some more. See, I'm not thinking this is going to be like a total reversal. Okay, so now we're down to my break even again. Yeah, let's get out of the rest.
Yeah, Tesla was a nice short.
Wow, Tesla's got another order at 445. Okay, Jared knows where we're going here. Where are we going on the SPY, Jared? $68.45 was the last close. A round trip. Man, what a drop on the SPY.
You know what? A drop on everything, like Amazon.
Everything, yeah, and the Qs. Oh, man. Tesla, jeez.
Tesla, I would take
Amen.
a reversal on it at 444, which is S4. Let's see if you can go down a little bit more. Oh,
Yeah.
AMD bounce back.
Hey.
Amazon. What's the news on Amazon? Nothing, huh? Just normal sell-off. Tesla would be a good reversal if it goes to S4, 444.54. I would take that. I'm pretty good, guys. I had a really good day on NVDA, so I'm not really super keen to take any other trade. That was a really good breakout on NVDA. So now I'm just waiting to see if we can get a good reversal on Tesla and maybe whole market. SPY's not selling off with dignity. No, it looks like,
No, there's no dignity.
yeah, no dignity.
It's going to PDC by the looks of it.
Yeah,
The way it's going. Wow. No chill, man. The news. What news? Do we miss something, John? Yeah, Tesla deliveries down 18%. It's not a car company, though. It's a robot company.
All right, Tesla is going up to 444.54 soon. I'm taking a
There's a
reversal
big
there.
order at 445, and
Yeah.
wow. Man, oh man, look at the SPY and the Q's drop. Holy cow. It was at 10 o'clock. We didn't really get any, I don't know what news. Wow, Q's are going to PDC. Look at this. Jeez. It's got to be a bottom here somewhere.
Oh, the humanity. Oh,
Yeah,
the
the
humanity.
My God.
Oh, NVIDIA is also selling off. SPY is gonna go red. Let's see if Tesla can go to below S4. Maybe I take a reversal on it on below S4. S4 at 444.54. Qs are gonna go red.
Yeah. SPY's going. So right near PDC now.
Come on, Tesla, sell off a little bit more. SPY went red. Qs are going to go red as well. All right, Tesla is selling off. A little bit more. Come on, 444. SPY red. Qs are gonna go red. Maybe a long on TQQ as well would be nice. Previous day close. Handcuff, Russ. Yeah, you're right. Handcuff. Handcuffs.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not really keen to make any other trade, but that would be a nice maybe a reversal on Qs in the previous day close.
I don't know if we can trust this bounce.
All right, guys, come on, Tesla. One more sell-off before we get long on you. 444. Qs are gonna go red as well.
Seems like it. Or maybe it's trying to hold here.
Qs are gonna go red. TQQ at 52.60 is the previous day close. Maybe we can take a reversal on TQQ as well. Looks like market is trying to find a bottom.
Seems like it.
Let's see if 444 is get hit on Tesla. A little bit more patience. It's going now. There's big bid on Atlas at 444. It's trying to find a bottom. This candlestick is closing smaller. Nobody really knows what was the news. I don't think there was any specific news.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it doesn't.
Come on, Tesla. A little bit more drop to 444. Come on. I might buy at 444 on Tesla. TSLL maybe. It's going up, going down. 444 is level. It's going down. 444. All right, looks like it's holding. I'm gonna get a long on TSLL 1877. Sorry, 1875. Let's see, maybe this is it. Yeah, the Atlas changed a little bit. Let's see if TSLL is popping back up. 1875. See, maybe Tesla is holding this level. SPY is bouncing back.
SPY is bouncing. Yeah, Qs are bouncing back. I'm not sure if we're going to get through the 9 EMA on the Qs. We'll see.
The Atlas completely flipped now. 447, 446 are bigger. Let's see if you can get to those Atlas.
John found the news.
Let's see if Tesla can go to 447. Partial heel some on 1885, 1886. Nice, that was nice.
Nice. That was eventually going to happen. We're going to get a bounce back here.
Jared wants 449, huh? That's nice. Partially more guys on TSLL. See if you can get to Tesla. Yeah, let's see if you can. I don't know if you can go back to VWAP, but maybe the moving averages on Tesla. Maybe 448, 449 would be nice. I don't know. VWAP might be a little bit too much of a stretch. All right, Brian, you want to go to YouTube?
We can do that, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, for a lot of
Good.
people, Good
Yeah.
trading today compared to what we've seen in the last couple of weeks. It's been very good.
Yeah, very nice. So we did trade NVIDIA really nice, and now I'm long TSLL at 1875. Things are going really good.
Excellent. Good to see it. Good to hear it.
Yeah. Yep.
We were so you're doing you're 100% winner in this year. You've never lost.
Yes, exactly. That is exactly happening.
Beautiful.
How was your trading day, Peter? How was your New Year? Happy New Year, everybody.
Yeah, Happy New Year. Yeah, well, my New Year was fairly quiet. We didn't do much. Trading day, well, I haven't traded today because I still having some heat problems. So I actually had a technician in working on my furnace or thermostat anyways, as the market was opening. So that got me distracted. But I think hopefully we got it fixed now.
Well, that's not good. No heat in Ontario.
Yeah, and it's
and there's
it's minus 21 here this morning. So it's chilly.
yeah, and they're skating. I saw they were skating on the Rideau.
They opened the canal. Yes, they did. So it's
Yeah.
good. One of the earlier openings. So it's been that cold this year.
Something that a big feature in Ottawa. They have a river that goes through there. They open it up, freezes over, and they open it up for people to go skating.
World's longest skating rink.
Yep.
Wow, that's amazing. All right, so I'm putting some order on TSLL at 19 to get out. So for this reversal, let's see if we can actually get it or not. But trading was pretty good for us. So we did a reversal on TSLL, and I did a really nice breakout in NVIDIA based on Market Atlas. So that was really good. So that was my first trade, going long, 1 minute range breakout, added more again.
Tesla bounced
And
off the lows,
it's really nice.
47.
And now TSLL, see if you can actually get to 19 on TSLL.
Now, one thing that I am noticing this morning, it feels like the moves are a little bit more active than normal, and that would make sense. Like we said, keep in mind the volumes. I would expect some of the institutional volumes to be lower. Overall market volume is actually pretty high today. We've got above average volumes across the board, but I think a lot of that is there's a lot of us casual retail traders out here today, very active. So
Maybe.
it's, giving
Yeah.
us-
Could
yeah.
be.
Everybody wants to start 2026 off with a bang.
Exactly.
Andrew, that's awesome. You're lowering your standing desk, are you?
Just sit down.
It was just the camera, like as your head just sort of slowly rose into the frame. That was pretty cool. It's like you're coming
Yeah.
up out of the stage.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm just sitting down, pretty tired now. All right, so let's see if Tesla can.
Did you do a big party on New Year's? What'd you do for New Year's, Andrew?
No, I just took it easy.
No?
Yeah,
That doesn't sound like you.
yeah, I know. I'm just too old, man.
Too old.
Too old.
Yeah. Look who you're talking to.
Yeah.
Too old
Look
for
at the two
party.
guys you're talking to.
Yeah.
Wow, look at NVIDIA coming back up there, eh? Look at the SPY is rallying. The Qs are coming back. What a crazy move.
It was amazing. Yeah, NVIDIA is
Crazy.
going back above the VWAP.
Crazy.
It's a crazy. Brian, I think you're gonna have to commission your own sign, your own little neon.
No, I got one for you, Brian. I'll give it to
Oh.
you today. Yeah, Brian.
Oh, special Brian neon sign.
Yeah, I don't
Does
know.
it say
I'm gonna give it to you today.
Oh, I'm getting my Can't
Whoa.
wait to hear.
Guys, I'm gonna take a quick break. Sorry, just
How
once.
long?
I don't know if it's just me. You're breaking up there, Brian.
What's that? Oh, I'm breaking up.
Well, you sound good. That sounded good right there, but you were whatever you said
Oh, okay.
in response to Andrew getting you a present. All right, guys. If you're in a trade, enjoy. It's we're getting this bounce back. The SPY hit previous day close, so that would be last year's close, and it's bouncing higher. And the Qs didn't quite make it, but everything's moving together here largely.
Hmm.
Still regretting this Apple trade that I did not take. Great opportunity lost there.
Yeah, I had a nice short. I went short on Tesla at the open there. Had a nice, good trade today on that.
Mm. Yeah, Tesla, I wasn't sure what it was going to do at the open. So credit to you if you took that short, because I was,
Yeah,
I
as soon as
was,
it,
I
as
watched
soon as
it.
it broke to, yeah, that low at in that just before the pre-market, just before the market opened, we were
Mm.
455 was kind of
Right.
a
Yeah.
low there. As soon as it broke that.
Mm. Okay. Da, 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 da. Okay. What else we got going on here? Andrew's still sitting in his Tesla long. Looks like he's trading TSLL. Okay. So he's got his partial ready to go at 19 if it gets there. Tesla. Yeah, Tesla's still good. I'm surprised to see the volumes as high as they are. Pretty much all of the major stocks are at or close to 100%. Apple that I've been watching is actually only at 90%, but Tesla's at 127 of its average volume. Nvidia 107. Even AMD, look at AMD trading at 182% its average volume. So it's
Yeah,
attracting some
lots of
attention
volume
here.
today.
Yeah.
Lots of volume.
I mean, after what we saw the last 2 weeks, I really wasn't expecting this much volume. So, like I said, I still believe that the institutional volume's down a little bit. I think it's being made up by a lot of sort of casual or retail volume. But I mean, I could be wrong. But I do like the moves we're seeing. We're getting some great moves here today. So we'll see how long this continues. Keep in mind, it is an actual Friday in our week of Fridays. And
Yeah, it is.
again, it's a
It is a real Friday, isn't it?
it doesn't feel like it, right? Because we just had the day off yesterday,
Yeah.
and but it is a Friday, so this is
Yeah.
like it's like a week of one day. It's really what we've sort of got going on here.
Yeah, I've given up trying to figure out what day it is.
Mm.
Hopefully, we'll get back to normal. Yeah, it could be being hacked. Who knows?
Oh wow, hope that's not the case. All right. Yeah, we do
So,
have our P
Peter, how you
Capital
been
boot
keeping
camp.
how you been keeping
Sorry.
the place warm there? You,
Well, so the latest the furnace has been working. It's the thermostat that it keeps just turning off. So basically, once we notice the house starting to get cold, I have to go over and manually sort of restart it and reprogram it. But it wouldn't keep the settings. It just kept. Anyway, I don't understand what was going on. So the guys replaced the thermostat again. This is the third new thermostat that I've had in the last couple of days, and hopefully this one
Okay.
will work. So.
Why do these things always happen when it's the coldest? That's what I want to know.
That's it's Murphy's law, isn't it? It's the air conditioning when it's
Yeah.
the hottest, and the
Yeah.
It's funny. Like I remember this summer, I had a problem with my air conditioner, which is a new air conditioner, which is actually on a rental plan. But anyways, he comes out and he's like, "Oh yeah, when it gets really really hot, the circuits melt." I'm like, "What? Like who makes a unit that will malfunction when it's needed most?" That
When you
just
need
sounds
it.
like that sounds like a bad plan. And it's not like I live in
Exactly.
I'm not living in Texas here. I'm living in Canada, for goodness sake.
Yeah, yeah.
Anyways.
Exactly. That's funny.
So. Oh well. It's a scam. It's a scam.
Well,
Whiskey to the I will. Actually, you know what? So we do experiences here for Christmas, right? We haven't been giving Christmas presents for a while. And the last experience of the season, my daughter has coordinated. I'm going to a Pilates class tonight. So we're all going as a family to a beginner Pilates class. So, and I have to admit,
nice.
this is Pilates. Pilates has been around. I mean, Brian, you remember Pilates was big when in like the 80s, I would like to say.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, something like that.
I remember.
Yeah.
I remember when it was huge and crazy with lots of spandex going on.
Exactly. I was trying to think of some of the women in spandex that are 80 now, like Goldie Hawn and Lonnie Anderson.
Lonnie Anderson. Oh my goodness. Yeah, there you go. Jane Fonda thing. Did she do Pilates too? Yeah. I mean, anyway, that's what I think of when I think of Pilates. But it's made a resurgence recently, and it's back.
Yeah.
And I do have apparently there's special Pilates socks. Our daughter got us a pair of. We got to wear socks on the machines, so I've got my.
Okay.
No, and yeah. Should I? Do you think I should go in and wear like a cycling lycra? It's about the only spandex type thing I have, but go and wear like some super tight shirt and like some spandex shorts. I'm ready to go.
I think if your daughter's with you, she'll be horrified.
Yeah, she's used to being horrified around me though, so maybe I'll have both daughters here so they can console each other. But
okay, there you go.
Yeah. Maybe I won't do that. I won't, subject them to that type of spectacle.
Well,
But it should be interesting.
My daughter got me going on yoga. Probably 10 years ago now, and I've never looked back.
Okay. You know what? Yoga will kick your butt too. That is not for the faint of heart.
Totally.
If you do proper yoga stuff, yeah, absolutely. It's like any of these.
Yeah,
you know what? It can be fun to make fun of them, and typically they're seen as women's activities. But the reality is, they're good for everybody, and frankly, it demonstrates how unflexible, on average, we are. Right?
Yeah. No, I like yoga because it's a sport that kind of like a sport now that I probably can't hurt myself doing.
That's good.
You get older, you just takes longer to heal. Get hurt easier.
No, flexibility is important.
Yeah.
Please record and post you doing Pilates. Coach Umberto, I'm all for entertaining you. As you said, it's maybe I shouldn't try and horrify my daughters. Maybe that should be a New Year's resolution. I did say I was going to try and avoid conflict this year. Maybe it should also extend to my
that's
children.
It. Yeah. That's your wow. Here goes the markets again. What the heck?
Yeah. We're going back
Man, oh
down.
man, this is crazy. The price action is absolutely crazy
It's very
today. I don't know
active today.
what the heck.
Yeah,
Thank God.
surprisingly active.
Yeah, no kidding. Markets are dropping again. Like, look at the size of those candles. Jeez, the Qs are right back at low of day. Wow.
Mhm.
What do you know?
No, I hope Andrew is his screen seems to have frozen here, but he's getting back towards his break
Is it?
even point on his trade. So
Wow. We're down the new low. Now the Qs are going red. Holy cow.
yeah, Andrew, can you hear us?
Today
Look out for your trade.
is good. Well, I guess if you're on the right
XLL,
side
yeah.
of the trade, this is a a great opportunity. Great opportunities to make big moves in small time frames.
Yeah.
Like we did get some pretty toppy price action sort of around I would say 10 minutes ago. We started getting some toppy price action on the Qs. So you could have gone short there with a tight stop. And look at the move you would have gotten. Yeah, I traded some puts today on the SPY when we were selling off there.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that! Look at the bounce back! Wow.
Carlos, I don't know if you can hear us. Andrew's screen looks like it's frozen there, so I'm not sure if that's
He might not be
Or-
sharing it. Here, not
Okay.
sure. Maybe it's me, but we'll switch
we
it.
can we can flip it out for another
Yep,
active
yep.
screen.
Yeah, because his camera's frozen too, so I think it's just
Yeah.
frozen. All right.
He's
We'll put
Tesla's
this
at the
here.
back at low of day. There's a big order. So I can see on Atlas that at 444 there. It's probably going to go there.
all right. Andrew's not feeling good. He's taken off for the day. So
Too many cold plunges.
maybe. Actually, I meant to ask him.
Could be.
He said he was going to that. He was going to like that cold plunge place for New Year's. I should have asked him about that.
Yeah, and I think it's
Yeah.
called Aberthau or something like that. I went there once with him.
Okay.
I think I got my skin burned off in the sauna.
Oh, that doesn't sound like fun. Okay, well, so I guess I understand why maybe you just went there once with him.
No, they do this guided meditation thing where you go in the sauna and they turn the lights down and crank up the music, tribal
Mhm.
music, and then the guy pours water on the heater thing, and it just gets maybe maybe my
cranks it
body
up.
wasn't used to it, but I've never experienced heat like that. And you do that for about
Mm.
15, 20 minutes, and then you go out and go in the cold plunge, just in case you
Uh-huh.
haven't had enough, you haven't tortured your skin enough, your body. Yeah, that's what was keeping me there. I thought, there's a couple of people left halfway through the thing, and I thought, no, I'm sticking with this, and I
Mm.
just meditated and forgot about how hot I was.
Well,
I'm trying to figure out where the markets are
when
going
you're
right now.
when you're
What?
When your skin starts to melt in like Raiders of the Lost Ark style, it might be time to leave.
Just saying. Just saying.
Yeah,
Uh,
just
well, I was sitting.
you know.
He told you where to sit depending on how much heat you wanted. And Andrew and his other friend and two other friends, they were sitting in the area where it was the most hot, and I was I went for medium rare. So I
Okay.
figured I figured if they can I can up in the hot area in the overdone section. Oh, look at wow, market's just tanking again here. Jeez.
I would argue that Andrew also has like some uh, genetic history here. That he comes from a much hotter climate than you or I, Brian.
True.
So I'm,
Well, you
but
do actually get used to it. I mean, I've done some hot yoga in the past, and it is something you kind of get used to after you do it a
Yeah.
few times. Your body kind
Right.
of climatizes or whatever. Wow, look at we're making new low on the SPY. Wow, Qs are just
Yeah.
tanking
We
now. Yeah,
we
Nvidia
did a
tanking.
reverse move.
There goes Tesla.
On this.
I was going to short Tesla too because there was a big order at 444.
Look at this Apple trade.
Wow.
Will, it's not actually that hot there? I thought it was. I don't know. I know I see it on my wife. My wife comes from a tropical climate. She's from Haiti originally, and it's she can certainly handle the heat a lot more than I can.
Despite the markets being down, the Nvidia is still up, still very green on the day. Same with AMD. Although we are at lows of session here.
My goodness.
How you
I'm
guys
just
doing?
afraid to. I'm just afraid to take
Nathan.
any position just
What's going on?
now
What a
because
day.
it's just the moves are just so dramatic.
There.
Could take a. Hey,
All
Nathan,
right.
how's it
We
going?
got Nathan
Hey,
on.
Brian.
How was your New Year? Did you spend it on the
Oh,
top of a mountain? What did you do?
well, no, if it would snow, I'd love to. No, I was actually getting some stuff done for Atlas for the course and getting ready for
Oh.
PCT next week and getting stuff ready there. So I actually worked most of the day yesterday,
Okay.
but had a great day today, man. This was fun today. Hopefully every day like this this year.
Wow.
We are being spoiled coming into this year.
Yeah, that's maybe I had such a good day. Maybe I'll just be done for the year.
What?
Just call it a year.
Yeah,
Your consistency profitability will be awesome. You know.
Yeah.
yeah,
Take
right.
Yeah.
the rest of the year off.
Good
All right.
point, Carlos.
Are we running the draw here, Carlos?
Oh,
I see it
every
going.
single day, absolutely, every
Okay.
day. Friends, hashtag fund it on the chat. Just hashtag fund it will get
Okay.
you in. For our Lambos and Garbage Truck members, we're going to be giving away a funded account with Trading Terminal. We're giving away one every day so far for the last 2 weeks. And one day, I think, with the first one for Christmas, we gave away 3. So if you don't win today, your chances to win tomorrow are going to be, well, probably the same or higher. Who knows? Wow, look at what's going on, man. How's the Apple? Look at this Apple trade, Peter. You were talking about earlier. We're down
I
$7 from your
I
entry,
know. It's
and my
killing me, man.
Tesla
It's
is
killing me.
like. It's funny. You think you had a great trade? Look at this little rectangle here. Oh, I'm
Yeah.
a man. Look at this.
Yeah, we can't see your
Oh,
share,
no, it's up. You don't see it?
but no, we see the giveaway screen.
Oh, is it frozen? Oh,
I don't know.
oh, maybe you're watching a
We
delay
just-
fee on YouTube or something.
No, I'm watching it in the chat room, and it's
Oh,
all
That's
all it is.
interesting. That's not what I'm showing. Interesting stuff. All right. Well, anyways, guys, let's give away the funded account. So here it is. Oh, hold on a second. I gotta fix that because then Nathan might not.
Yeah,
be
it
able
looks
to-
like this looks like a lot of people entering for this one, man. Just funded to just come through like crazy.
Hold on a second. I gotta fix something because if not, we're gonna have a problem for you, Nathan, in a second here. It shouldn't be
Oh, nice.
showing that. Let's fix this there. I think now it should show correctly. It should show the charts now, right? Did that fix?
Yes. Yes.
Okay,
now we
good,
can
good,
see
good.
it.
All right, yeah. Because if we leave it like that, would have messed up you, Nathan. All right, let's do it, friends. 124 entries. Here it goes. The winner is for today. Oh, not tomorrow. Tomorrow's Saturday. See you guys Monday after this. Is Miles? Miles for a cure. Oh, wow. Congrats to you. We were just talking last week. So, Miles for a cure, congratulations. You are the winner for the
Alright.
funded account. So, send us an email, carlos@bedwithtraders.com. Yep, really. It's you, Miles for a cure. You're the
Congrats.
winner. So, congrats.
Congrats.
And we'll leave you with our good buddy Nathan. Have a great weekend, guys. Me and Peter will be
Good buddy,
back
Nathan.
on Monday.
Yes, indeed. Welcome to 2026, Nathan.
Yeah, New
Yeah,
Year's in the
I'm
books.
loving it so far. So
Nice.
Okay, what's up, Rebel Traders? What happened to your hair, Gary?
Man, I woke up and they were all gone.
Oh God!
Happy New Year, buddy. How are you?
Happy New Year! Happy New Year, everyone!
So, how was Paris? How was the New Year party?
It was pretty good. I must accept. It was pretty good. It turned out to be very good. So,
Okay,
uh,
good to hear that.
yeah, Happy New Year, guys! What a day to start your new year too. What a day! How was your day, guy?
I killed it. I
Yeah.
absolutely killed it. So basically, on Wednesday, I was looking for this exact move on Nvidia, and I was telling my mentees about it. What I forgot was it was a Wednesday. It wasn't a Friday. It was end of the year, not end of the week. But this is the move I was looking for. I even wanted to short 191.85. So let me go through what I did. I directly jumped into options. I didn't even bother trading the equity. So actually, yeah, let's just keep it in this one. So I got this move from 137 to 330, added a small size, and then just broke even on the rest. And then I wanted to short the 190s, but I did not. Now, so here's the thing. We're gapping up, big go. I added size. And as we came back to 190.50, the area which it has been rejecting. So if you look at 190.50 is the area which had been rejecting right here. And this is the area I was interested in. Either we break this with momentum, and if we don't break this and we come back, then 190 is gonna fail. And I'll tell you why it will fail. So as we came back to 190.50, I added size here. Like, honestly, I was sweating. I added size here, but I was like, you know what? It's the first day of the year. I have enough time to recover if I if I get this wrong. And my stop loss was literally this, right? It was literally was this 190.20. I was giving it like a 30-cent stop loss. And then I got rid of this guy over here at like 2-3 cents extra, and then captured this move, added small, and then broke even. So I had about 50 lots here. I had about 150 lots here, and then just scaled out, added a little bit, stopped out. So I had a phenomenal day. Now, what's interesting is this is what's happening, right? Do you see this 78,000 over here? I was hoping we go to 195. That's how I was willing to add. But if 192.50 is 50 area or 193 area is gonna fail, then I wanted to short the recheck right here, and then fail for 190. Now, if you look at in the options, and this is a very, very specific pattern. What happens in the options is it's like 20 cents, you go higher, and then you come back. When you come back in this area, and NVIDIA is rejecting this area, at the same time, SPY is rejecting, what time is this? 10:42. SPY is rejecting VWAP. Like everything was aligning for go long the 190 puts, and you could either give this as your stop loss or let it go to zero. It's 30 cents, and then you hope for 187.50, which would be the next logical place for it to go. Just purely based on Friday. This is Friday trading. But I would start scaling out like this area if we hold, or pre-market low. And if we go over the 9 on the 2, then I'm out anyways. But now let's look at it on a 5-minute chart. What you have, and this is what scared me, like a clean doji, pull down, hold the moving averages, bounce, reject the area we're supposed to, start going under, and it's a clean short. Like this would be my first partial at the 200 SMA, but I'm still not worried because now I don't want it going over this price. Now if I can get 189.90 to 190 area, I can still short it, but not on options, because then now time will play a role. So you'll have already done 5x on your thing, and you partial, and if it falls down to like 80 cents, maybe you add, and then get out at break even sort of a thing. So that was my thesis. It played out exactly how I thought it would. So I'm pretty happy with the day.
Awesome, man.
Very,
Awesome.
very happy with the day.
It's always good to start your year with a bang. So great job on that. Let me showcase on what I did. I traded. I also killed it.
I figured.
I traded Intel and I traded Tesla. So let's talk about Intel first, and then we'll talk about Tesla. So Intel, I think entire semiconductor sector was. I'm looking at the. If you look at trading terminal, and if you look at the heat map, like you see this heat map, guys. Even in the morning, the entire heat map was this green. The entire heat map was this green. So there was definitely, when you know that there is some kind of a what do you call, money flow going into a particular sector, you know it. Things were gapping up. Nvidia was gapping up. Everything. MU was another looking for all-time high. Intel was gapping up. And from a risk reward standpoint, and also from the range standpoint, I thought Intel was a very, very good play, because if you look at it, Intel did go above. This was the same area where it, 38 is the area where it has been trying to hold, like this area, 38. If you look at it, let me remove all of this and just change this. If you look at this 38 area, this is the area where it every single time when it breaks out like a bang. Like every single time it breaks out from this thing, it just pops up really nice. Every single time it breaks out of 38, it breaks out. And if it is below 38, no reason to go long. But if it is above 38, I would be very interested for the 39 and 40. And that's what my interest was. And now with semiconductor sector itself in play, there was a very high probability that if it holds above 38, I would love to long it. And I waited for the first minute. it opened at 37.80, but the first minute was very aggressive buy and with a volume, and that's why I was looking for, okay, give me some pullback where I can get in and get in with size. And now when I went in, I think 38 was there. I hesitated a little bit. To be honest, it did come back, but I hesitated to give me a little bit of more confirmation. And when it held, I actually went heavy because I had a plan of going heavier than usual to above 38, which was the whole plan. And when it went in, very quickly it popped up. I scaled out quickly as it popped up from like 50 cents in my favor. And then I held for 39 and then 40. And I'm still holding it, to be honest. I'm swinging it because I think it definitely has a chance to go above 40, if not today, maybe tomorrow. So that was the whole intention. So I started scaling out on my positions at 39, and then 39.50, and then 39.70, and my 40 was the area that I was thinking that it should go, but it hasn't gone above 40 yet. But even the pullback, like even Nvidia's and everything, they had a deeper pullback, but Intel is holding above the VWAP so far. So if you see, like Nvidia is completely reversed right now. The semiconductor sector, MU, let's look at what MU is doing. These things, so MU is strong, but Nvidia is much weaker on the sector as compared to other stocks. Intel is still holding the VWAP, MU is holding the VWAP. So I want to see until it comes to my break-even point, because I think this has a chance to go to 40, 41, and 42. So I'm going to swing it. I think this is a very good opportunity for me to swing it on Intel. So, but I'm only holding like 20% of my entire position. So, but when you get those swing moves, it turns out really profitable. So that was an Intel. Very nice, very profitable trade. This could have been one and done on the day. But I also traded Tesla. So Tesla, at the open, I was long biased on Tesla. And I was thinking that 458, and I'll show you why I was looking at 458. So the stock was gapping up, and it was holding below 458 in the pre-market. It like popped up above 458 at this point, and then was rallied in the pre-market, then broke down below 458, and then came back up. I was thinking that if it holds the 458, which was holding for the past quite a few days, let's go back a little bit more and see where 458 level comes in. So here, if you see, okay, so it's taking a little bit of time. So if you see here, 458, so 458 right here, rejected the 458. If it comes back above 458, I would be interested to go long. So at the open, it did bounce from 456, which was the pre-market right here. And I was like, okay, now if it squeezes to 458, very quickly, it would be like 460 and 465 very quickly. But at the open, I went long on this and I got stopped out. So I went long even before the 458 closure because I was thinking that it's going to squeeze very quickly. It did pop up, but there was a rejection at 458 continuously. So I completely got out at the low of the day, and this is where I got stopped out. And then it sold off. When it came back up, held the VWAP, I was like, okay, now it has a chance. 453 was the area where it was holding quite a bit. The tape was very bullish at that point of time, and I went long again, 453. It tried to pop up, like it went to 454, but did not have that continuation to pop above these things. So I completely got out at break even. Second trade, again, it popped up to 454 and then completely rejected 454. So 454 was a seller that did not let it left. And from this point, I think the sellers got really aggressive. The sellers got, because it was holding so nicely, I was very confident that it's going to go up. But it was holding so nicely. And then when it dropped, the sellers got so aggressive. I was like, okay, the momentum is in my favor. Now I'm going to short it. It is a perfect pullback short too, because it sold off. and now it's a perfect pullback short. And that's when I was like, okay, this is not a short. And at that point, the same time, the SPY was selling off too. So I was like, okay, very good opportunity for me to get in with a good risk reward, because 450, 350, 453, the area that it was actually holding, now the sellers are getting aggressive and they want to sell off, and all the buyers would be trapped, because I saw a lot of absorption of buying. And if this dropped, the buyers would be very buyers will have to get out, and it would lead to a good momentum on the downside. And that's what it made me flip my position from long to actually short my position. So 453, I shorted it and scaled out until 445. The reason I got completely out at 445 was as simple as a measured move. And what a measured move is, it moved from 458. If you look at it, what is this? If you look at it, it moved from 458 down to 450, which is a $8 move. Then did a pullback to 454, and from 454 down to 445 is close to $9 move right there. So 453 to 455, 445 is $8 move. So that's a measured move that I'm looking for. And yeah, so that was my final exit. But now looking back, it's gone to 443 now, or 441 now. So I completely got out at 445 just based on the measured move. This is the third leg. And when we talk about this third leg, right, this is usually like a low probability move to them. So 448 to 441. So this is a $7 drop. Another measured move, which is $7 to $8 drop. But this is the third leg. So this is the first leg, pullback. Second leg is the most. This is usually the most high probable leg, and then this is the third leg. And it can always continue, but the Gary talks about the expected value, right? The expected value or the risk reward towards on the downside is gonna be low. The risk and the expected value of it to continue lower is lower. So yeah, so that was my Tesla trade. Again, very profitable, and glad to wrap it up on a New Year's. How was yours? How was your this thing? New Year?
Man, I was decent, nothing crazy. I probably met the worst DJ in my life ever. I mean, at one point, I really went to him and told him, dude, just put on a Spotify list, man. And I was so bad. It was as if they wanted us to get out. It was just horrible. He was playing music at like 5x speed. And, I mean, I was like, oh God, just get out. So we called it a night at 1. Like, that's it, I'm done. But I also had to pick my kid back and take her home. So 1 is pretty decent. But I was such a bad music. I've never heard such horrible music in my life. It was absolutely horrible.
Wow.
But the food was great. Food was great. So yeah, but shit expensive, man. I mean, when our bill came, I was looking at it and I was like, really? We paid, Paris, about $450 per couple for food.
Wow.
And I was shocked. There was
That's
like
crazy.
10 of us, so I was like shocked. I was like, what just happened? I mean, I was expecting like $300-ish range. That's decent with like, drinks and fancy dinner, but $450 is just too crazy. I was just like, man, this is getting out of hand.
And on top of that, you said that DJ, like, what the fuck? Oh, sorry.
Yeah. And then,
Uh,
so yeah, I'm hoping we get 679.80 on SPY. It's totally doable. Another $1.50. And that would be my long criteria if there is one. But you see what's happening in SPY, like NVIDIA, we spoke about this. So we'll hit the pre-market, bounce. Ideally, I wanted the bounce to be in like this area before it sells off, but that's fine. And so SPY, and this is, it's very, look, it's very, like I prefer a 2-minute chart. Now this would be a very nice, easy short signal till here, 680, 81. And if you get more, you get more, but you move to break even. All we did is like a classic 920, and this is your stop loss. 682.11, 682.33. And then if you get this move, my only concern is we closed under the moving average, but we didn't close under the Bollinger. So this one has to close under the Bollinger. And if the following candle comes back, hits this and starts so be it. But this one has to close below the Bollinger for us to have a sustained move. Now, the reason I'm saying the price I'm saying is just purely based on, oops, this is not accurate, but is purely based on, where did we go? The first Elliott wave concept, right? So we have one short, pull back, hit this. We might have even hit targets. So we did hit targets. We hit these targets and we start bouncing back up. Now the key thing to keep in mind when you're trading SPY is understand where open interest lies. And open interest lies around 684 and 678. Now, earlier I was looking for like 85, 86, which is N87, which if you see is the price we started rejecting. And if you're going to start rejecting that, then I want 85, 86 gone. And we start moving to 83 to 80 area, which is exactly what we did. I'm expecting us to close around 684 if it works out. But this is not the only way to look at it, right? So then you start looking at where is value. Right, let's delete this. All right, the cops are here. Yeah, did we just hit the top of this range? Yeah. Top of this range, pretty much, yeah. And now we are outside, so we might take some time if there's further downside and we get into chop. But the value lies much higher. And so obviously I'm not expecting that. But yeah, this is a nice hit and bounce from previous break. So it's quite possible we go back to 688.35. What SPY typically does, if you're going to have like this candle, then at least recheck this area, the moving averages to confirm the short is on. And if not, then just go higher. But now it's not tradable, but this is the area I would be looking at. Also the fact that end of the day, NVIDIA either might close near 190 given the high open interest or in 187. So while there's no trade now, that's what you had to keep in mind. That this was the move to capture on SPY, or this was the move, but this was a tough move to capture. This was a relatively easier move. And this is what I was saying. I'm still concerned that we didn't close under the Bollinger, closed green, and I'm out on this trade. Like you take the short and then you get out because we never closed on the Bollinger. In fact, started bouncing from there, which also turns out to be the connected candles play or a fair value. Not exactly fair value. No, not really. This doesn't happen. So the only thing we are rejecting is the 50 on the 2. So I don't expect anything to happen before like this area. And if you can get something in place, fine. If not, let it be. But got to keep an eye on NVIDIA with the way it is moving. 190 is magnet today. I'm almost done with the trading buddy thing. So expect an email over this weekend or perhaps Monday if you guys signed up for it. And beginning next week, on the 5th, we will have a small surprise for you all for a 2 p.m. webinar. And we'll talk about open interest in that. So and hopefully we'll do that every week. Let's see how it goes. But that's beginning next week. And yeah, a bunch of cool, exciting stuff is going to happen this year with BBT, thanks to Andrew. So just be in tune for that. Neha, sure. Why don't you send me an email, Neha? I don't want to open that thing up again. Neha, send me an email and we'll take it from there. If anyone else wants to do it, just send me an email. If I can, I will. I will. So Tesla delivery numbers were bad, hence the stocks sold down, but everyone knew the delivery numbers are going to be bad. That's the funny part. And now the tax credit has expired, so delivery numbers will continue to be bad for the next couple of quarters, just for the entire EV industry. But that shouldn't have played that much of a role. I know Will is long. I'd rather wait for 420 if we can get it. Unlikely we go below 430 though. 430 should be an absolute price which we don't go lower.
Oh, I completely skipped the fact that Tesla delivery numbers were bad. I completely forgot that Tesla was reporting today.
But that was honestly, Paris, everyone knew the delivery numbers are bad.
Yeah, it is, like, of course. But sometimes it's a surprise, and you see the surprise if it's bad.
And it wasn't that bad. It was like 440 to 460. It wasn't like 5%. It wasn't like, wow, it's bad. They're always bad. They've never been good.
Not to be very as it reports, deliveries of Q4 down 16% year over year. Missing expectations, 16%. While an SEC
PLTR. I haven't traded PLTR in a while.
Today there is one more sector that is down. Sorry?
172 on PLTR?
Yeah, PLTR sold off really bad today.
Interesting.
But there is another sector that has sold off, which is like the software applications, which is CRM. Then there is Adobe. None of us had it in the watch list, but CRM sold off really bad from 265. And there was no volume on the pre-market either, but it sold off pretty bad from 265 down to 253. And Adobe is down like close to 4.5%.
And Adobe should eventually lose more than half its market cap.
Yeah, I agree. I don't see a value of Adobe. So Adobe is
it already has. Adobe is what? Photoshop, and mostly in this age, do I really need Adobe? I can have Peter riding on a camel in like 1 minute. Do I really need Adobe?
So Adobe is down from 700 down to 3. Yeah, it's 50% down.
Yeah. This is eventually, nobody would be interested in buying Adobe, no matter what fancy AI stuff they get. If I can get stuff for free, why am I paying for it?
Yeah, there is a case for that on Adobe.
I don't know.
Adobe, there is a tool that is used mostly by like the filmmakers, and there's a filmmaking or editing tool. It is very, very I forgot but it's very it's a very good tool, and a lot of people use it in that industry.
Yeah, but I'm looking forward and saying like, what happens 2 years from now? Are we just gonna give prompts to making movies? It's already happening.
Yeah. No, I agree 100%. Like it's and the stock price is reflecting that for sure. But Adobe and CRM is the Salesforce. I think mostly service-based industries are also going down. The value that Salesforce brings in.
I don't know much about Salesforce. I mean, I know
So
about the
Salesforce is like it's a
yeah. I mean, yeah, but I don't know much about like the fundamentals of what drives it.
so I've been trained in Salesforce.
Oh, okay.
So Salesforce used to be a tool, mostly in the HR department. It's a CRM tool. It's a pretty good tool. I have like, but it's
So
the
I'll tell you
CRM.
what I used to do, Paris. It's funny you said that. So my first job right out of college, I was in operational consulting, and what we specialized in was called non-tech workflow improvement, which essentially basically meant firing people. So if we show up, people are like, all right, they're here to fire some people. Like, how many can we fire off in a warehouse? And most of the times, the reason we would get that gig would be because the company implemented SAP or CRM or any other software and they did not see any tangible benefit. So then they're like, fine, we need to like show something. And that's where we would come in at like a very small price. Like it was irrelevant rounding off error for the implementation in the company. So they could actually showcase that the software is working, which was so weird, but it paid the bills.
No, I agree. That's what they want to show value, right? And
Right,
I
yeah.
have seen so much of
Oh, I might have actually something funny here. Let me find it if I can. I'm just gonna read it out if good. It'll take me a couple of minutes to find it if I can find it. Not here. All right, I'm just gonna read it out loud. Last quarter, I rolled out Microsoft Copilot to 4,000 employees, 30 per seat per month, $1.4 million annually. I called it digital transformation. The board loved that phrase. They approved it in 11 minutes. No one asked what it would actually do, including me. I told everyone it would 10x our productivity. That's not a real number, but it sounds like one. HR asked, how are we going to measure the 10x? I said, we had leverage analytics dashboards. They stopped asking. 3 months later, I checked the usage report. 47 people had opened it. 12 had used it more than once. One of them was me. I used it to summarize an email I could have read in 30 seconds. It took 15 seconds. Plus the time it took to fix the hallucinations. But I call it a pilot success. Success means the pilot didn't visibly fail. The CFO asked about return on investment. I showed him a graph. The graph went up and to the right. I made that it measured AI enablement. I made the metric up. He nodded approvingly. We are AI enabled now. I don't know what that means. But in an investor deck, a senior developer asked why we didn't even use Claude or ChatGPT. I said we needed enterprise grade security. He asked what that meant. I said compliance. He asked which compliance. I said all of them. He looked skeptical. I scheduled him for a career development conversation. He stopped asking questions. Microsoft sent a case study team. They wanted to feature us as a success story. I told them we saved 40,000 hours. I calculated that number by multiplying employees by a number I made up. They didn't verify it. They never do. Now we are on Microsoft website. Global enterprise achieves 40,000 hours of productivity gains with Copilot. The CEO shared it on LinkedIn. He got 3,000 likes. He has never used Copilot. None of the executives have. We have an exemption. Strategic focus requires minimal digital distraction. Let me read that again. We have an exemption. Strategic focus requires minimal digital distraction. I wrote that policy. The license renews next month. I'm requesting an expansion, 5,000 more seats. We haven't used the first 4,000, but this time we will drive adoption. Adoption means mandatory training. Training means a 45-minute webinar no one watches. But completion will be tracked. Completion is a metric. Metrics go in dashboard. Dashboards go in board presentations. Board presentations get me promoted. I will be senior vice president by Q3. I still don't know what Copilot does, but I know what it's for. It's for showing we are investing in AI. Investing means spending. Spending means commitment. Commitment means we are serious about our future. The future is whatever I say it is, as long as the graph goes up and to the right. It's just hilarious. But it's so true. It's so true.
I agree 100%. Oh my god.
No, I was not with McKinsey, bro, but just the fact that I went to INSEAD, I have so many consulting friends, and let me tell you a story. This is a real story, right? So I was in Kuwait sitting with the Kuwaiti Water Board Authority with their directors. And I was just trying to understand what they have done, and if it's an interesting business, can help me pay dividend and see if I can keep cash secure in a higher dividend yielding dollar denominated Kuwaiti dinar, so to say, pegged. And they told me that they had hired McKinsey, and McKinsey spent 6 months and came to a conclusion that for expansion or for increasing their EPS, earnings per share, they should do at least one of the following 3 things. Now I forgot the fancy words McKinsey used. I mean, that's me saying, I forgot the fancy words McKinsey used, but they essentially said the 3 things. Either you expand geographically, or you expand your product line, or you do an M&A. These were essentially the 3 things McKinsey said. One of their famous slides where they have those 3 pillars. I'm sure you guys know this slide. If not, let me show you what's it? McKinsey famous 3 pillars slide. Let's see if you can find it. There's a famous slide. Yeah, there we go. The 3-pillar template. So title 1, title 2, this is where they put in, right, global expansion using whatever, that's basically geographical expansion, new product introduction, M&A. And I was looking at those guys and I was like, really? McKinsey spent 6 months and probably $1 million to tell you what I could have told you in like 10 seconds? Those are the only 3 possible ways you increase revenue. Either you sell more at other places, or you sell more of something new. Like, if we conceptually think about it, right? Either you have to sell more of what you have, if not where you are, then somewhere else, or you introduce another product and sell that. And if none of those strategies are going to work, then you buy something, improve it so your EPS goes up. Those are the only 3 possible ways to increase revenue. Revenue is essentially what? Goods times price. Yeah, you can also increase price in a way, I guess, to increase revenue, but then other things come in. And I was like, and these guys were so impressed. This is the board. They were like so impressed. And I'm sitting there, I'm like, These people run the largest company in Kuwait. That was just amazing. That was amazing how stupid that was. I've seen some really, what's the right way to say this? I have met some really not qualified senior management, and they're just there because they've been with the company for so long. And it's usually in the government. It's usually in the government, not in private. Is this profit taking to start off the year? Now, how would you have a profit if you start taking money off the first day of the year, Ian? Basically, fresh start. So no, this is not profit taking. This is just regular market dynamics. SPY moved $5. That's standard. $7, $5.60. Well, from last year's position, you have to take profit last year, because if you start taking it this year, it doesn't make any sense, right? Because it's a fresh year. I mean, you can. A lot of people do me like, oh no, so none of that would play a role on the second, right? Because on the second, yeah, I guess in a way you moved it to the following year, your taxes. That's true. Yeah, you sell your losers late in the year, and then you sell your winners beginning of the next year. That's true. Because if you sell your losers late last year, then you get the tax benefit, and when you sell your winners, if you want to, earlier this year, then you pay taxes on them a year down the line. So kind of get a year's worth benefit. This was such an easy short. I'm kind of pissed. 684. Oh, I'm still, yeah, this is not a good sign. 171 on PLTR. That brings us to 150. Not today, but eventually. What's NVIDIA doing? Yeah. Did we start rejecting 190 again? Yeah. NVIDIA 190. Yeah. I wouldn't touch it now, it's too late. Plus, I'm good. Starting with a very nice day. Tesla, I was thinking about it. Tesla. If let's see when the robotics happen, but the other way to think about Tesla, and not a popular opinion, would be, all right, so this was the hype on the robotics.
You know, yesterday I had a dream that I genuinely had a dream, and I woke up because of it. And you were in my dream, and
All right. Okay.
every single BBT member was in my dream. So the dream was that I was flying, I was taking a private jet, and I was on my way at the airport, walking out, and I also see Elon Musk private jet flying by. And Elon Musk private jet is flying by, and then the second it flew, it crashed really hard. uh, and I on in my front, I was like, okay, that particular thing, it crashed, and I know for a fact that he died in front of me, and I am thinking, what the hell? And first of all, I was thinking, and then it reminds me of the fact that uh, I saw a movie where this movie had this. They were sitting in a building. They saw a 911 crash happening, and they shorted the entire market. And I'm calling Andrew, and I'm calling you, and I'm calling every single person like BBT member, saying that short the fucking stock. And I'm like, I'm shouting everybody like on the phone that short the stock, short the stock, short the stock. And because unless it becomes like, it is not a news yet, because it is gonna take some time to become a news. And I saw it in front of me, and I'm like, uh, and then we made a crazy lot of money out of it. But that was like weird dream that came in my head. And I was calling you guys. I was even like, I remember with a very mind like thing that I was telling you, Gary, that like short the like, what do you call, the puts, like short the calls, and short, like, use this a strategy of
Right, right.
options. I was telling you that. And that's insane. And I woke up and like, what the hell am I thinking about stock market so much that I might. And I usually don't get dreams. Like, I personally don't usually get like dreams. Very rarely. And if I get it, I remember it. So,
I don't
and
dream
maybe,
either, and even if I get them, I don't remember them. Like I
and
said,
maybe it has to do with my New Year's party, because I was blacked out for maybe close to a. And I think it was hypnosis or something. I don't know, because I didn't do any drugs, or any, I don't do drugs, of course, but I didn't do any alcohol. I did not do any like anything. I did not even, like, I just had water, but um and a diet coke. But the thing is, the fact that it's like, I did not realize the time for 1 hour that night, and I had
wow.
no idea what happened. So I have, like, I don't know. And it was amazing night, of course, but there was something about it, like, very weird. No.
Just 8120, please.
So yeah, I don't do mushrooms either. I've never tried it ever, queso. So it was very weird for me, that New Year's night. And yesterday, like, that dream was so weird. Uh, but the good thing is we made a lot of money out of it. And I was like, I was talking to you guys, and I was talking to Andrew, and Andrew was like, yeah, 50-50, we'll do 50% because, and Andrew, like, sold entire $10 million of his position and shorted Tesla, and he made crazy shit. So it was a dream, and it just continued uh, till we celebrated.
Well,
So
I'm short the SPY right now, but it doesn't look like it's moving much.
SP
Probably break
SPY.
even.
Where do you see expected value here, uh, Gary? Like, what's your expected value here when you're shorting
This
stock?
is just a scalp,
Okay.
literally a scalp. But if so, I can start like so. It's basically what I'm saying is, hold on. No. If you're starting rejecting 190 on Nvidia, can we come back to 188.50? That's my first question. And the second thing is, look, we started losing these guys. Now, if we hold trend, can we go to 680? And now I'm breaking even. So, no, I'm not. Why am I saying I'm breaking even? And we have started losing PDC on the SPY. Can we, yeah, now that we're losing this, can we at least get 680, 60? Because I still have a target on SPY, which is on an extension is about 679.86. But if I can get 680.28, like this guy here, I'm happy. Like who's buying here? And but it's pretty much done. The real move is done. If I can get it a little lower, I will start moving out. If I can idly get 22, I'm good. If I can't get 22, but I'll start scaling out here. Oh, we don't need to, I guess.
Oh, nice, nice.
So this is my first partial. And come on.
Yeah, I'll be right back here.
Come on. A little bit more. 680, 33, I guess. 38. Please don't move back. Get me my... This is the most annoying part when they start buying like a few cents over. Oh, but we hit this. That's what happened. But I still want my... Oh, this is on a 5-minute chart. Oh, because I can see that on because of that. So I'll have to move here. Can I get 26? Come on. But I'm so much in the money now that even if we move back, I should be good. And this is where you take your time before you short. You don't rush it. All right, we got a little bit more. All right, this was a big can. I'm gonna take one more out. If I can get 679.86, that would be perfect. That's another 70 cents. Oops, that was an easy short. And this was, honestly, it was literally based on the fact that we never broke out. And now I want the SPY to start rejecting here. So in fact, I can't get all out. So we'll leave this here. We still have 1.5 minutes left, so that's fine. On the 5-minute candle. 680.31, at least we get it. Oh, we did hit this. Come on, go back down.
Yeah, I have a level at 680.21 on SPY. What is that level? All right, okay. So you can expect a bounce from around 680 area.
Yeah, at 680.30, I wanted to get out. Actually, we are hitting the resistance level. But let's see, 680.31. And I have like 3 contracts. This was so easy. Come on. 680. Okay, so I'm gonna partial more. And now let's see what we can get. Can we break down is the question. But we don't break down that easily on S3. That was a nice easy shot. 681.20. That's like 70 cents. $7. Back to here. 819. Yeah. So that's what I was waiting for, Paris, that if we hold this area, right, and I can short this, then hopefully I get my price. And it was really based off, what, 30 cent risk for $1 move. So it's not a great trade.
No, very good trade. I think that's definitely, because currently everything today is the day where everything is on the sell side. The only expected value concern I might have is the third leg that on SPY. But a great trade overall.
Yeah, I mean, there's this very high 678 call on. So oops, let me move this so that very high 678 call value here, which as I explained the concept, right? They will keep on shorting the name till 678, but I doubt we go under 680. In fact, we are bouncing now. So let me just get all out. You know what? I'm gonna add one more contract and get it all out here. Because we shouldn't have a V reversal in a day like today, not after like first leg, second leg. This can't be the third leg. Third leg has to be more.
Yeah. Intel is still above the VWAP, so I was thinking it would go to 40 when it bounced from VWAP, but still above it, holding it. So I'm gonna swing it.
We rejected 190. Now I'm really hoping Nvidia, if it can go to 187.50, which would again be the measured move. And it says that if 190 was what was holding, is where the value lies. And we went to 192.50. And on the flip side, 193, 192.50 is the strike price. Then I want 187.50 over here. This area, let's just say. And do we have something here? No, in fact, the gap fill is here, 186.50. That's too far. Let me get 188.66 first. Yeah, come on, break down, baby. We should get this price, this area, 18 to 51. Where did that go? But yeah, R3 we hit on the pivots. Maybe we get 27, I don't know. I'm spending too much time here. And if it's a green inside candle, whichever side we break, I'm out actually, I'm done. Just get out. S3 break is not gonna be that quick. What's our average price? 16. 20. Wait. Oops. That's why this is the other one. 68.50. We are barely in the money. Yeah, so this is where we wanted to add. A little higher if we can get. Ideally, if we can get 681.50.
Okay, guys, I think it's top of the hour.
Oh,
So-
all right.
Let's wrap it up. I think maybe from Monday onwards, I'm thinking of leaving the chat room with like one story and one lesson that we can focus in our trading. Story as in it could be any story, spiritual, life, whatever. But it
I
also-
just want your story of your party night in detail. That's the
yeah,
story I
we'll
want.
have a call for that. Okay. Okay. Take care, guys. Have a great rest of the day. Have a great weekend, and we will see you on Monday. Take care.
Right. See you guys. Bye.
Good afternoon, guys, and happy new year. Hello, gents. Mustafa Ilham, how are you doing? Hello, Caroline. We honestly had a really volatile day. Looks like we're getting this volatility back, and I did not expect it to happen today on Friday, between the market off day and between Saturday. So that was quite surprising, but I would not complain. Hope you managed to catch some good trades. Give me a second and I'll share my screen with you. I'm just changing the layout to the streaming layout, and I am going to share my screen with you. So we'll have this 35 and 1. Good. So let me just share my screen now. Let me know if you can see it. Mustafa, what an amazing trade on AMD. Good job. A bit of a risky add up here, but really well done. I had AMD on my watch list today, and I wanted to play it to the long side, but it was too quick. It was too quick for me. There was the range that I was looking at. I wanted my entry to be between 218 20-ish and between 219. That's where I wanted my entry to be, right after the breakout area. But unfortunately, the breakout happened during the pre-market, and then the market opens and it continues the squeeze. I hoped that we're at least going to have a reset or a pullback on the 1 minute chart somewhere around here that I could have utilized for an entry. But unfortunately, just squeezed and ended up missing it. Mustafa, one thing that you could have done better is not adding on the third candle or after a big move. That's the first 5 minute candle, the breakout candle. That's the second consecutive candle. A couple inside bar candles, no real pullback. It looks like a pullback on the 1 minute chart, but there was no real pullback. Followed by a break of this consolidation without a pullback on the 5 minute chart. Usually these are traps before big pullbacks. That's exactly what happened around here. I did trade though. I ended up trading Tesla. And let me share my trade with you. Okay, sorry guys. I guess I stopped sharing my screen by mistake. Let me share my screen with you one more time. I just hit the wrong button. There was some music playing on the background, and I wanted to turn it off. Alright, can you see my screen now? Should be good. Jesse, how are you doing? So, Tesla. I did end up trading Tesla today to the long side. That was a classic parabolic reversal trade. You can see the 3 consecutive 5 minute candles that I usually love seeing around an obvious level on the 30 minute chart, which is also the previous day close. We have the previous day close around here. We have the volume spike around the level. So we have a level, parabolic move, exhaustion volume, reversal candle. I did play it to the long side as it went from red to green. That's my trigger, and I put my stop loss at the low of the previous candle. I never use the low of the entry wick as my stop loss. I either use a level, a part of the wick, or the previous candle. And I held it all the way up to view. Sorry about that. So my usual target when I play reversals is view up, but since we had a strong level below view up, I decided to go for the level. And that was a quick 5.5 hours. And this is the beauty of parabolic reversals. You have really tight stop losses. because of that, your reward is big. The downside of reversals is that the win rate is low, so you need to make sure that you are selective about them, and you need to make sure that you move your stop loss to break even as soon as possible. Unlike breakouts, on breakouts you don't want to always move your stop loss to break even because you risk getting wicked out at break even. On reversals, you want to move stop loss to break even as soon as possible. So overall, happy about Friday. Happy about how this week started. Harvey, there is nothing wrong in not taking any trades today. While good job on AVGO. Percival is saying, Amen, if you look at RKLB open, would that qualify as your parabolic reversal? Let's see. Yes, it will, but I would not have traded it. After a red candle, I want to see a new low with a recovery. That's what I want to see. Like Tesla. You see, after the red candle, I want to see a new low with a recovery. That's an important sign for me when I play reversals. I want to see the sellers winning, making a new lows and failing. This guarantees that I'm going to catch at least the beginning of the pullback, and this also gives me a chance to exit at break even if the price goes against me. On RKLB, that did not happen. After the red candle, I just instantly started the reversal. Yes, Michelle. That's for on the 1 minute chart. BBT meeting? What BBT meeting? I'm confused. AB Trading X. What BBT meeting? Yeah, Percival, on RKLB, the reversal was too fast. It happened without any entry criteria, unfortunately. Just reversed. Oh, you're talking about the PCT bootcamp meeting. It happened on Tuesday. I know it was cancelled one time, and then it was moved on to Tuesday, and Mike held the PCT meeting on Tuesday. I don't think that we're going to be having it twice the same week. Probably the next meeting is next week, but let me confirm, okay? Okay, I already see that one of the moderators asked about it in the proper channel. Let me double check myself just in case. I'll let you know if I get a response, but I don't think there is going to be a meeting today, to be honest, because we already had a PCT meeting on Tuesday. So it looks like the market has found a bottom around here. Good 30-minute candle. Good 60-minute chart. I think that I might end up taking a trade for a reversal if we have a fake break. I already had a good day. I don't want to risk it on less than A setups. Overall, this is not a bad entry for a reversal on the market around here or on the Qs. Atlas though is a bit bearish. I would say it's more neutral than bearish. It's just that 610, 615, 620 are really strong round numbers. And that's why we're having these big orders around there. Except for anything, all these orders are neutral except for this one. So I wouldn't say that it's really bearish, to be honest. So let's see what's going to happen. It would be good to see the Qs above VWAP one more time. That's a nice reversal. For now at least, this would be an obstacle around here. So if you ended up getting it to the long side around 612 or maybe slightly above, you might want to lock in some profits up here. We're saying it ended up being an amazing day today. And I think we might find some good trading opportunities this afternoon. Jesse, what did you trade today? UNH Hussein. Average 330. This is perfect. Range, fake break. Probably played it around the bottom, added around the high, and at the breakout having an average of 330. That's amazing. That. Yeah, guys, just got an answer or got the response from Mike. There is no PCT meeting today. RDT and CSIQ. Let's take a look at these ones. RDDT and CSIQ. These are also not bad. Good breakouts today. Thank you, Dwayne. Okay, so let's just, can you check Atlas for Tesla? Yeah, I can do that for you. There it is. It has that big order at 441, which is at the break of the low, as far as I can see. It could end up selling off, grabbing this order before the real reversal. I mean, this looks like a reversal pattern around here, but with that big of an order so close to the current price, I'm not that sure. I think it wants to get it first. You could do 2 attempts on it. One small attempt around here with really small size, slowly scaling into it if it goes in your favor. With the re-entry if it fills the 441 and recovers, or just wait for the high probability setup after the liquidity around here gets grabbed. So let's go quickly through the list and see what else we have. So we had a decent reversal on the Qs. Tesla is kind of setting up for a reversal. Apple does not look good, like a good for a reversal. Measure that one is a bit far. You don't really need to take to consider these orders that are far from the current price. I pay a lot of emphasis if there is a big ladder with a lot of room left based on the ATR, or for the big orders that are so close to the current price. I'm surprised. I'm really surprised to see that we got this liquidity back on Friday. IREN for a reversal. Let's take a look at that, Muhammad. No, I'm not keen on playing a reversal on this one. The daily chart looks more strong. We had a higher low, new daily high, fake break at the open, and a decent trend to the upside. It could reverse obviously sooner or later, but the likelihood of catching a reversal on it easily is difficult. You'll probably get stabbed a few times or just get lucky on it. I don't see an edge trying to catch reversals on stocks like IREN today. CCL, not sure about it. Not on CRM. I'm excited for Monday, to be honest. After a really slow week, I mean the previous week and the week before that, I feel like actually trading. I feel like catching a big move, add a few times into a trade, like catch a really big move. And I think next week I'll definitely catch at least a couple of these. We'll probably have some good opportunities. There were good opportunities today as well. I just did not trust it. What happened to Microsoft? You're so ready, Harvey. I'm sure you will catch a good trade. I'm sure you will. You shouldn't. You're good at catching trades and managing them when the market is suitable. Probably your main issue is just over trading on days where the market is slow. If you fix that, you'll be golden. The battery just died on my mouse for some reason. So let me just plug it in. There we go. Come here, my charger. Give me a second, guys. You see the NDS. Another one that is not good for reversal. It was amazing today. Nice trend, good daily chart. But I don't see it tradable now. Exactly why I'm taking this quick break and patiently waiting. That's smart, Harvey. Do you keep an Excel to track your statistics or use software? Not any longer. I used to use journaling softwares in the past. I used to use Excel sheet. I used to have really deep and detailed journals. Probably one of the most detailed journals was a journal for tracking breakouts and pinpoints. A lot of criteria to go through every single trade that I've taken, and that was probably the most detailed journal that I've had. But I don't do that anymore. Right now, I don't think I need it because I'm working with some of my mentees, around 2 or 3 mentees every single month, and my mentees are running similar journals. So I track their statistics, review their trades. I have screenshots of my own trades. So you can say that it's a journal in its own way. I don't see any reason that I should do it because I'm going over it one way or another. But I know for a fact that I'm consistently profitable trader, and I see that my account is growing by approximately 10 to 15% every single month. And these statistics did not change. If I see that I get into a difficult market where I get less than 10% of my account for 2 or 3 months in a row, then something changed or I'm doing something wrong, and then I'll probably get back to journaling, running Excel sheet, and see what exactly has changed. As long as my results are improving and I'm doing well, I don't see any reason to do it. Summer, you traded CRWV. What a pick. You've been trading CRWV a lot recently, right? Yes, Mezo, I did improve my breakout strategy a lot based on the Excel sheet that I had. But not only my breakout strategy, the part about multiple time frame analysis. Because it was not only about the strategy or about the setup, it was also about how the 60-minute chart looked like, how the daily chart looked like, what levels I went against, how did the last 60-minute candle look like, how much ATR I still had left when I played it, how much of the ATR was consumed before I got the entry, was the breakout with volume or without. So basically there were a lot of criteria that I was tracking, and that helped me shape a picture about when I need to be aggressive, when I need to play it slower, when I need to move my stop loss to break even, when I need to add to my position. So it's actually a lot. It was a lot. It was not just one piece of information that summarized everything or fixed it. It gave me some ideas about some areas that I need to focus on when I'm playing breakouts. But the most obvious thing that happened is that no breakout is better than a breakout that happened after a fake break. That's the most obvious thing that I picked from there. That's something that literally any single one of you could implement. Simon, you found your money printer, I guess. Does Atlas order book ever take precedence over price action? No, never. Never. Price action comes first. Price action comes before the tape, before level 2, before volume, price analysis, before everything. You build the bias, you build the idea, it's your context basically, and then you look for the small clues, and volume, price analysis, the tape, Atlas, these are the clues. These are the small clues that you're utilizing to get better entry and to manage your trade. But price action comes first. Not because I'm using it. In my opinion, that actually, even Andrew, when he plays breakouts, he plays 1 minute open range breakouts, but he still takes a look at the daily chart. Did the candle go from red to green or green to red? How is the daily chart looks like? Is it above yesterday's low or below, above yesterday's high or below yesterday's low? he does care about price action. Even a scalper like Andrew, who is trading 1 minute ORBs, he cares about price action. It's a must. Do you use RSI and MACD for your trades? I did use the RSI, but now I don't really need it. I can tell that the RSI is above 80 or below 20 just by taking a look at how the chart looks like. And I have it kind of built in the reversal scanner that I had on Trading Terminal. So if I take a look, for example, at this CRWV and add the RSI, I can tell that probably around here it is sitting above the 80% of the RSI. Probably on the 1 minute chart here, it's not sitting around 80%. On the 1 minute chart, it'll probably be sitting maybe around, I don't know, 60, 50 maybe. But probably an hour ago, somewhere around here maybe, the RSI was sitting above 80. So I don't really need to have the RSI in front of my screen to be able to tell what value it's sitting in. I have the screen time. I know how it works, and I can see it or visualize it without having it. And again, it's just another clue. And I made it simple for you guys. If you want to play parabolic reversals, I said that you want to see at least 3 consecutive 5-minute candles. Because if you have the 3 consecutive 5-minute candles, probably the RSI is going to be above 80. Let me just show you that. So when I have a rule in my trade book, it's for a reason. It's, you see this? 1, 2, 3. By the third 5-minute candle, the RSI is past 80. And when the RSI is past 80, it's a reversal sign. That's why when I explained the parabolic reversal strategy, I mentioned that you want to have at least 3 consecutive 5-minute candles. Not because 3 is a magic number, it's because where the price starts to get oversold. Tesla that I played today, I don't think it was around 80% RSI. I think it was maybe around 35 or something. Yeah, you see it was around 30% RSI when I played it. So it was not 80, but still there were reasons, other reasons for me to compensate for the RSI value, the level, the volume, the reversal candle on the 1 minute chart with the extension from the 9. So I don't need the RSI to tell me what value I'm sitting in. MACD is also interesting, but you can use the MACD to, if you don't want to use multiple time frames. Some people prefer to trade using only the 1 minute chart. But how can you tell based on the 1 minute chart what price is extended, what price is pulling back, what time frame is ready for a continuation, and what time frame is needs a pullback? For that, you can use different MACD values. You can use on the 1 minute chart MACD, for example, 9, 50, 80, and 100. And a combination of these ones will give you an idea as of what's happening back then and which time frame is extended or not. So you could literally trade the exact same way that I trade by having different MACD values on one single chart. But if you use multiple time frames in one single screen, then why do you need the MACD? Does it make sense? I prefer to keep my charts as simple as possible. And I'll be honest with you, my charts are not simple. I have the yesterday's high, yesterday's low, 2 days ago high, 2 days ago low. I have VWAP, I have 9 moving average, 20, 50 SMA, 200 SMA. I have candlesticks, I have volume price analysis, I have Atlas. That's a lot. It's not little. Some people just trade using blank charts, and honestly, there is nothing wrong in that either. Samer, sorry, I meant about stochastics, not MACD. I was just bubbling a lot. For multiple time frames, you need the stochastics. I'm curious what PLTR will do if it reaches $169. Let's see it. So we got this order filled on Tesla at 441. That's a bearish pattern. That's a descending triangle. Don't look for reversals yet on it. I don't think it's ready, but might get ready in the next few minutes. And PLTR, if it reaches 169, I think it's going to go even lower. Even if it holds, it would not be a good reversal. How do the Qs look like? Ugly 15-minute chart, ugly 30-minute chart, okay 60-minute chart. This does not look promising for now. Looks like it wants to go lower. Atlas still indecisive. So anything, guys? Anything interesting? Let's get back to Tesla. I think Tesla is the most important, interesting thing at the moment. It is sitting around a nice zone for a reversal, that's for sure. 60-minute chart also looks decent for a reversal, especially if it manages to close with at least some sort of a bottom wick. Let's wait for this 15-minute candle to close at least. TK only parabolic reversal on Tesla. It was around here. It was slightly over 5 hours, but it was good. What did you trade today? AMD, did you catch it at the open for a long? Oh, you caught the pre-market breakout. That's amazing. I'm slightly jealous there. $9.28. Let's see that. 9.28. That was perfect. Well done, TK. How many hours? Did you get in full size or just small position? Oh, nice exit for sure. Yeah, the entry was a bit late, but it's okay. You more experience, more screen time, more reversals to take, and you'll be able to get as good as an entries as that I'm getting, maybe even better. Good job, Michelle. Let's see, TK. Oh, you also added at the open. Oh, you exited so soon. Why did you just exit within the first minute? Give it like 30 seconds, man. How many hours? 3 hours, you said. Yeah, you said it, 3 hours. Look, for me, for breakouts, I do not exit before the 4. At least partial around the 4. I could make less than 4 hours simply because I partialed earlier. But I usually aim for 4 at least. I see. Well, good job. I mean, green trade. Still good trade. Look, you can play breakouts even if the ATR is hit because of the gap if you are going for a 30-minute momentum play. For that, check how big the first 30-minute candle was for the past 3 days and target that. So it's kind of an ATR stretch, but the momentum at the open usually gives you the needed pop. Well, it already made its full daily ATR move, even more than that. It is sitting around an obvious level. I mean, this is a really obvious level in my opinion. It did break the low of the day, and after the break, it's not selling off. It's holding. It could continue still selling off, so that's not the sign yet. But I can see that after the break, it's starting to hold. I want to see a reversal candle on the 15-minute chart. That's almost a reversal candle, not ideal, but good enough. Maybe wait for another 15 minutes. Then target 445 and 447 as final target. The only downside is that the $440 area. There is a big order down there and there is nothing significant on top, but that's not a reason not to take it. TK, how do you like the course? Thank you. Well, any feedback, any suggestions, send me an email. I'll probably push another update to it mid-year. But still, even if you choose the breakouts, go over the pinpoint strategies, go over the channel strategies. It will help you better. It will help you read the price action better. It could do that, Gerard. Yeah, it could go to 450. Yeah, it just did that. All right. Like I said, there is no reason around here to still play to the long side because it did break the low. But it did hold at the same time. So for it to be a long, you want to see it going above 442 just to make sure that there is a fake break. See, yeah, it did. Like I said, there was literally no sign of a reversal on it either. Alright, the Qs are dumping as well. Are we getting any big orders down here? Let's see. You're jumping along on Tesla? I don't know. I want to see it above this area just to be safe. Can you analyze Amazon? Let's take a look at Amazon. This one is tough. I can see the 60-minute chart wants to pull back. The 30-minute chart and the 15 are reverse ABCDing. Probably want to see a trap before playing it. IBM. Yeah, it could reverse soon, but not too soon. By 1:30 p.m. maybe. I would not play a parabolic reversal with as aggressive an entry as I would do within the first 30 minutes or 45 minutes after the market open. So probably you don't want to aim for a V reversal using the 1-minute chart. Later during the day when the 60-minute chart is parabolic, you want to focus more on the 15 and the 5. Oh, the open is saying. Alright, let's take a look at the open on Amazon. Daily chart could have been played both ways. 60-minute chart long side, probably long because we had this channel. We gapped above it and we held a range above it. And during the pre-market sold off, recovered into the middle of the range, entry at 9:30, out at 9:33. That would have been my execution if I wanted to play it. Yeah, the open was very quick today. I wanted to trade that AMD so much, and it was disappointing to see that it just made the move part of the move during the pre-market, second part right after the market open. Let's take a look at AVGO. AVGO is interesting for a reversal. The daily is off. The daily is really off. But I like the 30-minute chart and the 15-minute chart for a reversal. Give it 7 minutes to close, just for an extra confirmation, to make sure that it's not going to close red. And then look for an entry. But there was a nice fake breakdown here with a huge volume, nice recovery. Or you could play it maybe with like 1/3 of the original size around here, and then after this one closes as a hammer, you could add the rest of the size. With an add at the break. I like this call. I'll keep an eye on it after 1 p.m. And if it still looks good after 1 p.m., I might end up trading it. You are short in it, right, Wild? Yeah, I want to look for a reversal on it or a pullback to the long side, but it's too early to tell. It's still 5 minutes before the candle closes. And if it closes red, it'll probably hit your target. If it closes as a hammer, that would be a tricky one. Tesla rebound. Let's see. It's too early. As long as it's sitting below this area, be careful. You either want to see a really obvious trap on it, or a recovery above 442. I think a recovery above 442 would be the safest trigger for an entry. Or you want to see it sell and go full lot, maybe back down to 438, 438.50ish, and then start forming a reversal down there. At this stage, it's risky. Every single pop-up right now, every single small double bottom is going to look like a reversal. See, that's why I said you want to wait for the 1 p.m. before the entry. 3-4 minutes make huge difference on how the candle closes. And I wanted to see it closing as a hammer on the 15-minute chart after this fake breakdown. That would have indicated the reversal. Now that it's closing as a red candle, forget about the reversal for some time at least. The market needs to pull back slightly, and I expect to have some decent, maybe long opportunity on Monday. We'll see. Too early to tell. No, Meza. I did not. I did try them on TradingView, but I think it's too much. Who knows? Maybe I'll use them more often in the future, but for now I don't feel like it. Anyway, guys, I'll be calling it today around here. If you get any questions, feel free to email me, ayman@bearbulltraders.com. Trade smart, guys, and have a great weekend. I'll talk to you on Monday. See you.
Hey folks, how we doing today? Happy New Year. Welcome to 2026. And I just realized I don't have my phone, and that's a very naked feeling. Let me go grab my phone. I don't know where I left it. Be right back. Okay. Back in business. What is that, Gary? Have I heard the song Soda Pop? Nope. I'm a big fan of judging a book by its cover, so I'm going to go do that here. It doesn't sound like a song I would listen to, Gary. In this case, judging a song by its title. By Britney Spears. Well, now it does sound familiar, but I couldn't pick out the tune in my head, so I'm just gonna go ahead and say no to Soda Pop song. Let's see. It's a new song. Yeah, I don't know. Never heard of it. What's going on here? Some stocks dying, some stocks, couple stocks going up, 3 stocks. Coin, OKLO, MU's having a bit of a day here. MU continues to just be just a fucking beautiful stock down. Man. None of us saw this coming. For all the chit chat and all the ideas in this chat room, where was the one person saying Micron was a good buy back in the fall? Not one of you. And Dash, you don't count because you got some, I don't know what RSUs are. I assume you got some shares or some options when you work there. Congratulations, but not the same as saying, I think MU's going up in September. When did MU start really ripping here? Back in, yeah, back in September. Insane. Oh my God, it's up 8% today. What the hell? That I didn't even notice. I just thought it was having a good day. Okay, I guess it has news. What's the news on MU? What did I miss? Holy cannoli. Micron crushing it. Why Micron popped today? This is on an analyst upgrade? Oh my God, I'm so tired of websites. I can't even deal with this shit anymore. How many pop-ups do these fucking websites need? Some of these are just unusable. It's 2026. Can we stop this shit? I don't know. I've noticed a particular website using ads where you go to read an article and it pulls up an ad, and the ad just fills your whole phone. And there's a little button that says close, and it's comically small. It is like 8 pixels wide. If you want to close that ad, you have to pinch and pinch and pinch and get to that little close button and make it big enough to actually click on it. Which has kind of sort of been going on forever, but I've noticed lately it's just it's like an open joke at this point. Well, I don't know how much gas MU is going to have being up 8.5% here at the high of day. I'm not one to tie myself to percentages. I mean, it's having a great day. There's probably more above here. I don't know if this will be the last gasp. What is the high a day on MU? It's 310.47. This is the fourth move to break through here. If you pull up a 1 minute chart, you can see it. Tried around 1247, tried again around 1255, tried again around 103, and now it's kind of trying again at 109, 110. So MU is telling us it's a little hard to pick the breakout. It's also it's an ascending triangle as well, starting around 1245, 1247. That's the beginning of the triangle. The first pullback was bigger than the one after that, was bigger than the one after that. So it's got the right look to it. Let's see what it can do. 310's like is the level to break it on, in which it just broke. It's not the, I don't think it's the actual high a day. Well, let's see. Let's see what happens at 310. And we're gonna get a real break here. There's a, oh, there you go. There's I saw 26 on the bid, 310.26 very briefly. Back below 310 there. That's the danger spike right there. So we just popped. Yeah. That's the danger. That's why the whole throw your stop to break even thing is sometimes not the worst strategy. That's a pretty wicked pullback there. It might, well, let's watch. It's possible it saves itself here, but this is the do or die candle right here, it feels like. Closed, looking disgusting. So there you go. That was the 310 opportunity, and it was briefly opportunistic and then pulled back harshly. Probably would have stopped a lot of people out. I think the next opportunity is the actual high day break at this point. I don't think 310 will be interesting again unless it really pulls back far and it spends a good deal of time below 310. Then 310 could set up again as something interesting. But for now, the shares have been cleared out. The interest is gone, so it just becomes just another mucky level. So now 310.47 is probably what you want to watch. Let's, oh shoot, what is that? Let's take our SPY trade here, folks. First trade of 2026, but not the first trade of our little SPY experiment here. It's the 23rd trade. We ended, what is today? Friday, didn't trade yesterday. Wednesday, we made $78, not bad. Chewing into our losses a little bit. So let's see what the folks in the chat room think today. I'm going to send a poll where we're going to vote on a fake simulated SPY trade. You can vote long or short, and we are going to target a $2 move. So we're around 681 now, targeting 683 to the high side, targeting 679 to the low side, and $1 stops us out. And we are back to volatility here, folks. So there were some complaints earlier that these targets were too big based on how much the SPY was moving. But today is a very, it's very doable to move $2. That shouldn't be a problem at all. I think if we don't close the trade by 2 o'clock, I think we will hit one of those targets. So looking to get oh man, the chat room does not have a lot of people in it today. Not surprising, but we're looking to get usually 50 votes. We've got 30. Let's see if we can get 40 votes. We'll settle for that. 32, 33, 35, 36, 37. Oh, now they're flying in. Could we get 50? That would be very impressive. There are not a lot of people in the chat room today. We were definitely down. We got 40. That was a weird surge of voting. Can we do that again? 41, 42. We are leaning 60-40 on the vote. I won't say which way, but it is leaning in a particular direction. With 42 votes. 43. I'm gonna post at 45 votes. That's what I'm gonna do. I need 2 more. Got one there. Dip voted, and Dwayne. There we go. Dwayne's the 45th vote. The room wants to go long. SPY, 100 shares. Fake trade. Buy. We're in at 680.83 with a 58% vote to go long on January 2nd. Starting the trading year as early as we possibly can this year. Sometimes the trading year doesn't start on the 2nd of January, but this year it does. So it only doesn't when New Year's falls on a Friday, but it did not this year. So let's get an order in to sell now. We need our stop and our target. So we're going to put a range order in with a low of 679.83, well below the low a day, and a target of 682.83, which is not even up to VWAP. So position sell. All right, we're good. I think we picked the right direction. I think. I mean, it does look like the market's maybe setting up for a flush, but it might buy up after that. I don't think it'll flush. Well, no, I take it back. It could flush down to 6. What did we say the stop was? 679. Basically 680. Yeah, it could definitely flush there. We'll see what happens. Oh, Percival, that's right. My formation parade story. Oh, yeah. So, what the hell led into that story? I can't remember. There was another story. Yeah, I feel like the moment's gone. I'll tell it. Do you want to hear it, Percival? Just got to make sure Percival's still here. Oh, right. Yeah. Okay. So what happened was I was the officer in charge of a demolition range on a Friday. So explosives, we were blowing things up. So just like, the Army takes their guns out to go practice shooting, and you take your tanks out to practice shooting and whatnot. Engineers, I was an engineer. You have to take your explosives out to practice blowing things up so you know how to do it, right? So, we called it demo range, for short for demolitions. And whenever you run a range in the Army, those of you who are in the military know these kind of things, you have to clear the range when you're done. So you borrow some training area for the day, you sign for it actually, and the officer in charge, who was me, has to make sure it's used properly and all the rules are followed. And then you get a range when you're all done with it. And there's a bunch of people called range control who feel like they're your mortal enemy sometimes. They have to come out and decide that the range is clear. So to clear a range, it's got to be free of trash and it's got to be put back the way it was when you found it and whatever. So I stayed out at the range with one other soldier and a Humvee. So it was me. Yeah, I'm trying to remember exactly how this happened because head count matters. It was me and another soldier and in a Humvee. And range control came out and cleared us and we were good. Now it's Friday, so we all want to go home, right? So it's Friday afternoon. It's probably like, I don't know, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock. I'm not sure what time it was. It was before formation, which would have been around 4:30 on a Friday, let's say. And we cleared the range. And then we got on the radio. No, we went to start the Humvee, and the Humvee wouldn't start, of course, right? Which is not uncommon in the military for your vehicle not to start. So we're stuck. So we're like, oh no, everyone's gone. It's just me, the soldier, and one Humvee, and the Humvee won't start. And so we get on the radio to our battalion, and we're having a very hard time reaching battalion, very tough. Like we could reach range control fine, they're a lot closer, but to reach back to our battalion was very problematic. And so somehow, after many, many, many tries, we got enough contact with our battalion to tell them our Humvee won't start. We need a mechanic because somebody's going to come out and help us, or else we're going to be stranded, like into the night on this train area. It's very, very far away. It's not within walking distance of anything. So somehow we got through to them, and they sent what's called a Hemet wrecker. I'll have to show you a picture because the story for most people is not going to resonate without a photo. All right. set this up properly. I hope this story's worth it because, I mean, to me, it was a very silly moment, funny, but I don't know if this is really going to be funny for anybody who wasn't in the military or wasn't there. But this is the vehicle they sent out to help us. And it can tow, by the way. It has like a towing contraption on the back, like a tow truck. And so they send out 2 mechanics in this Hemet wrecker to come help fix the Humvee so we can leave. And they get out there and the mechanics can't fix it. But they tell me like, hey, sir, we can tow it back, but we can't fix this. And I was like, okay. And by this point, we couldn't reach Battalion. We just couldn't, like, as much as we tried to give them an update, we couldn't reach them. So it was really just like, what I had was myself, a soldier, a broken Humvee, and 2 mechanics in a Hemet wrecker. And, I asked the guys who brought the truck out, I'm like, how many seats does this thing have? I'm pretty sure I knew the answer, but they're like, oh, it's got 3. So I was like, oh my God. Like, so in the military, it's a big deal to like, you're supposed to do things properly, and anything unsafe is like, very problematic, possibly career ending or whatever. So, there's 2 seats up in this truck, one on the left and one on the right. And then there's like a seat in the middle that sits a little higher up. And so I told the soldier, you can sit in the seat in the middle and the 3 of you can take the Humvee back. But I'm like, now if you guys take the Humvee back, I've got no radio. You're leaving me essentially here in the woods by myself. And I'm like, that's actually pretty dangerous. I'm like, I can't stay here by myself. This is not a good solution. So I went through the problem in my head. I also factored in my intense desire to go home for the weekend. And I decided I was going to ride back to the battalion on the back of the Hemet wrecker, which is a giant no-no. I can't tell you how against the rules this is. So I crawled back into where you see all these boxes or whatever this is in the back, and I laid down flat. I hid myself in there. So if this thing flipped over on the way home or anything, I was a dead man. Not that was likely to happen, but this is the reason you can't do these things. So I lay down there knowing if they catch a lieutenant lying down in the back of a Hemet wrecker driving like 10 or 12 miles back to post, it's going to be a big deal. Like I would be famous in the division probably the next day. So, I crossed my fingers and prayed, and we took off back to the battalion. So we drive, and I'm kind of listening as best I can to try to figure out where the truck is just by what it's doing, if it's stopping, because it's a straight like 12-mile shot back to Fort Stewart. But once we got near my battalion, we would have stopped and started taking turns and things like that. So I kind of knew when we were getting close. And we get back to the battalion motor pool right around final formation. So the whole battalion's forming up for the final Friday formation. This would be about, who knows, 600 to 800 people on any given Friday in an engineer battalion. The commander's there, who was a psycho, by the way, who would have killed me. He would have fired me for much smaller things than this. But that was him. And then the sergeant major's there and everybody. And what do these 2 soldiers, or the guy driving the truck and his buddy, they want to go home too. So where do they park the Hemet wrecker when they pull in to the motor pool? They stopped right next to the formation of the 600 people, like right next to it. And they jump out of the cab and they run over to their company. And they get in formation to listen to the safety brief so they can go home for the weekend. So as the entire thing is going on, the commander's giving, safety words and inspirational words on a week well done and everything, to close out the week. And the sergeant major's giving his speech and whatever. And I'm lying there praying for my career and my life that, one, these 2 soldiers don't do me wrong, because I didn't even know them. They weren't even in my company. Not that I thought they'd be like, oh, there's a lieutenant up there, but you never know. That'd be a pretty funny thing to do. And just hoping that, by the grace of God, nobody else went by the truck. Nobody peeked around and found me or in there or anything. Just completely sweating bullets until I heard that they released everybody, dismissed. Everyone scatters to the winds. And in that chaos of 600 people all running out of the motor pool and going to their cars and stuff, I slithered off the Hemet wrecker, got my feet on the ground, and when I realized nobody had seen me dismount the truck, took a giant sigh of relief and went on my way for my weekend. So I don't know. If you were in the Army or the Marines or probably any branch of the military, some of that will probably be funny to you. The rest of you are probably wondering why I'm telling this story, but that was the whole thing. One of many instances where I wondered if I was being fired. But in 21 years, never fired. Dodged every time. And as we've been speaking, it looks like MU has gone to 311.50. Whoa, it did break out. Oh, so it did save itself. MU held itself right around 309.50. Very common behavior, by the way, for stocks going for a high day break. There I am on the back there, Gary. Thank you. When stocks go to break their high a day, and more specifically, when they go to break a dollar level and they fail, they often fall down to the 50-cent level below where that attempt was made, and they hold there and then go for the rebreak, which is basically what MU did. It's one of those observations I've seen. I've seen it many times. So many times that I have faith in its, in it happening, but it's not something I've ever collected data on or anything. So, can't prove that it happens, but I swear I've seen it many times. And if that particular dollar level it's trying to break is a 5 or a 10, it seems to be even more pronounced. But anyway, MU went higher. Tesla's going lower. PLTR is going lower. It's a day of winners and losers. What's the expected close? Who knows? Who knows where it wants to close? Hey, Fred, can you stop that? Thank you. Dog is licking his pillow. That's very annoying. Well, I think we were up on our SPY trade during my story time there. Briefly got to, what did we get in at? 680.82. We actually got up almost $1 on our SPY trade, but it fell back down. SPY kind of rejected, what would that be there? What is that level? 681.78. I guess it's the low from Wednesday. I did get a good trade in today. Did I see your note? I'm sorry, Mac, I missed it. Where did it go? This year, it should increase or decrease the simulated trade weighting based on voter confidence. Huh. That's interesting, Mac. That's something I could implement. I like that idea. That's kind of cool because I do like to change this thing up, but I need to do it in ways that are easy for me. Like I can't add too many rules to this whole game because it makes it so like I have to do so much stuff to watch what happens that it becomes very distracting for me. And I can't make it happen 50 times in a row. I always forget to do stuff. In fact, one of the things we're doing on the current round of voting is at 2 o'clock, I'm asking the room whether they want to let the trade ride or close it out where it is. And it's just one more thing to remember. And if I don't, it's kind of like we lose a data point. But that I could do. That I like. That's a good suggestion, Nick. I'm gonna think about that. In fact, what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna screenshot your suggestion. And I'm gonna bring up my spreadsheet and I'm gonna add a new tab, and we'll just call this Experiment 6. And I'm going to paste your suggestion right there. So we will remember next time I think about doing this. It'll be sitting right there. That's good. Thank you, Mac. Yeah, MU's going higher. There you go. Percentages, man. Don't ever think a stock can't go higher, right? So MU is now up 9.2%, and 312 is in play. But I think I was going to say I took a trade today. Yes, this is the trade I took that worked. I actually took an MU trade. Didn't even consider. I think I totally missed it was gapped up a lot, which is really stupid. I should have been paying better attention. But I did take an MU trade for my first trade of the day. That didn't go anywhere. So I got into MU this morning at probably about an average of 303. Oh, wow, they filled in two different places entirely. I got filled at 303.26 and 303.40. Let's say I filled around, I don't know. Well, actually, it was about halfway between those. So what's that? That's 7. I don't know, 303.33. But I got out at 303.29. It went up a tiny bit, and it just wouldn't go, and I got out of MU. So a very small loss there. And then I got this trade on NVIDIA, which is a high day break. And strong. What did I like about NVIDIA this morning? Strong open. Everyone was watching it. Nice pullback. It held yesterday's high, which is it's nice when you're trading the break of a pullback that held. It's kind of nice when it holds something obvious. Like why did NVIDIA sell off and then bounce here? People taking profit, but they wanted to save it. Before it went into yesterday's range, and so it made another move back up. This is not the best looking punch at all. It's a strong move up to the high of day, this 4-candle move, but it almost has the opposite shape. You want more of an exponential curve upward into the high of day. It didn't quite have that. And the other problem was the volume never came in. So when I entered, the trade didn't fail, but it definitely stalled. And I had to wait through this entire candle, which was kind of a red green candle. Neither big green or big red, but just kind of near my entry. And then the volume kicked up a candle later and then started to get it going. And the big move was here, but that doesn't really align with any impressive volume either. So there wasn't a lot of volume to read for what it was doing. In fact, you see this last move here to when I exited, still nothing really it's bumped up a little bit in volume, but it's nothing impressive. So a little tricky to read this. But a good trade. So small or close to break even loss on MU, and then a winner on NVIDIA. So that's 2026 so far. So I had a good first trading day of 2026, so I can screw it up on Monday. Man, Amazon really ticked me off today. It sucks. I can't believe how much work this stock did up above 230 trying to go higher, and it just shat the bed today, just all the way back to 225. I cannot believe it. And I say that as just a common English phrase because I can totally believe it, but here it is. Atlas on Tesla. Yeah, we can look at that. So Tesla and the 437s now, big order, 435. So here's kind of some obvious stuff here. $5 levels and $10 levels. I tend to have more volume. So you see volume at 435 and 430. Above, you don't see any big ones like this at 440 or 445 or 450. So definitely bigger aggregate orders, at the lower $5 levels than the upper ones. But it's mostly just being Tesla. Every dollar level has volume. That's mostly where it is. How far is it going to go down? Who knows? What's your play? That's the real question. You got to be careful if your strategy is not reversals. You want to be very careful about trading, like trying to catch bounces on things. I'm telling you, I'll tell you from experience. It's a tricky game. But if your strategy is reversals, then your setup should tell you when to play the bounce. There should be some entry rules to help you out, kind of light the way for your path. But one of the biggest, if not the biggest, ass kicker in trading is trying to call tops and bottoms. And there's nothing more tempting than to call the top on something that just looks ridiculously overbought, or something that looks ridiculously oversold. But the danger is you're doing that thing we always joke, don't short a strong stock. And if that's true, the opposite of don't buy a very weak stock should be something else to watch out for. So just make sure you got your reasoning set your stop and set your target. And if you are taking a reversal, make sure you reward yourself, because the point of trading a Tesla reversal is not trying to catch 437 and sell at 438. In my opinion, you want a reversal, then your trade should look like a reversal. You get in at 437, you should be holding for something good. And I'm not saying what that is, but 440, 445, something worth your time. But if you try to catch reversals and you take a little bitty bullshit profits to the upside, you're only going to lose over time, because you're going to lose so many entries trying to find reversals. Without getting stopped out. One of the key characteristics of reversals is you often get stopped out a few times before you get the bottom that you wanted. The Tesla's actually picking up speed here, so it looks like it's going down much further. It's like the chart is getting ugly here on the 5-minute. It's been ugly, but it's getting exponentially bad. Yeah, 435 looks like very, very likely here. VWAP, Walcott. I've never done it. So my opinion is not really worthy of your time. Right? Ask me how I like skydiving. I've never done it, so I'm not a good guy to ask. But I don't like levels like VWAP as a rule for myself. And I've said this a lot, so I apologize to the people that hear the repetition in this room, but I also don't apologize, because if it sounds like I'm saying the same thing every day, I'm probably doing my job. But I like levels that are undeniably the same on any given trading platform. And we talked about this actually on Wednesday. So previous day close is the same on every trading platform. Thinkorswim, DOS, Trader Workstation, whatever. Any trading platform is going to show the previous day close for a stock in the exact same place. But VWAP's not going to be that way, because the VWAP's dependent on the data feed to your platform to average, to find that weighted average. It depends on what volume it's getting in its data. So for that one reason, it's That makes it a little problematic. Now, is it close? Maybe. I don't know. I don't have more than one trading platform, so I don't have something to compare it to. But maybe someone could tell us. Does anyone have Thinkorswim and could tell us what VWAP is for Tesla? Now, granted, there are settings involved, which is another problem with certain indicators. VWAP has settings. Do you want to anchor it here or there? Or how do you want it to calculate exactly? 446.43. Okay, so on DOS it's 446.77. So it's about a 44-cent difference. For some strategies, that's fine, probably. You know, if you're trading a reversal and VWAP's your target, it's probably not a big deal that Gerard sees VWAP at 446.43 and I see it at 446.76. And by the way, by the time it ever got there, it wouldn't be that price anyway. VWAP would have shifted somewhere else. But it's not a big deal for that. But if you're trading a breakout of VWAP, well, 44 cents could be a very big difference. Because if Gerard's entering at 446.43 for the breakout, and I'm like, I don't even see VWAP until 446.75 now, then I'm like, what are you breaking out of? You know, you're low. You're half $1 low. And then very, very well may matter in that regard. And what is that? TradingView sees it at 447.19, so it's even bigger. You're more like 60 cents off. So that's why I like undeniable levels. I like things that are horizontal. VWAP's not horizontal. It's wavy like snake, like sneaky snack. So I don't know if that helps Walcott. I didn't know that, NQ, if that's true about Forex, but that's interesting. What would I consider an undeniable level that Forex traders would think is not, like they would disagree on what the level is? Previous day high, interesting. Doesn't Forex trade 24/7 or no? What are the hours on Forex trading? It does. See, that's another problem too. Like, it's one of those things like when people say Bitcoin's down this much today. Like, DOS tells me Bitcoin's up 1.5%. Up 1.5% from what? From midnight universal time, or like, doesn't matter, you know? The reason why these things like the previous day's high and low tend to matter more on like the NYSE or the NASDAQ is because the market does open and close. It's a session. It's a very distinct session. It's only how long is the trading day? It's like what, 6.5 hours, 7.5 hours. It's not long. And, well, you know, then there's pre and post market too, so it's much longer than that. But in reality. I think a reason a lot of people are drawn to VWAP is because it's in play a lot, because it's the average, it's the volume weighted average price in the day. So like it always looks attainable as a target, or the price is often hitting it because it's right in the middle of all the price, sort of by definition almost. So I think that makes VWAP attractive, you know, because if you're trading high a day breaks like I do, there are some days where it's like, man, nothing's even close to the high a day, and it's probably not even going. Nothing's probably going to get back to the high a day. When I say nothing, there's not nothing. There's always something, but you know, you might never find it. But VWAP's always kind of in play. You know, it's right in the middle. It's easy to imagine the stock could get back there, or it's passing over and below it a lot. But I digress. Like I said, I'm a bad person to ask about VWAP. I'll just sound like I poop on VWAP. I'm sure you will find many contrary opinions that say it's a fantastic level to trade. And I know there are a lot of people that do trade. I think Carlos messes with VWAP. I hear him talk about it. Might be a good guy to ask, Walcott, actually, if you tune into the YouTube show. Maybe ping Carlos on what he thinks. That's what I've heard, TK. I don't know. I don't know any institutional traders, and I've never sat down and had coffee with them, so I don't know. We tend to speculate a lot in this business, but I've heard. So let's say you're an institutional trader and you got to get rid of 1 million shares of Apple. You know, that's your job for the day. Then you're rewarded for selling above VWAP as much as you can. You know, like if you can sell above what the volume weighted average price was on the day, good job. If you exit Apple on average below VWAP, then bad job. You know, that's the story I've heard about institutional traders and VWAP. I don't know if it's true. William, I'm not looking for anything on this. I pulled this up for somebody who wanted to see the market atlas for Tesla. That's the reason it's on the screen. If this wasn't here, I'd be looking at this monstrosity of charts. And I'd be looking for things breaking their high of day or potentially looking to break their high of day. And like I said, today ain't a lot of chance of that happening. There's one stock making new highs. That's MU. Coin has the ability probably to get back to its high of day reasonably easily and maybe make a move. Not something I'd probably be stoked to give a try on today, but maybe. Bitcoin's having a good day, like I said, a little bit. Matthew, ONDS. I haven't looked at that in a little while. Let's take a peek at ONDS. Ondis. Oh, I was joking. That company was called Ondis. It actually is called Ondis. That's funny. Yeah. Oh, look at that. It's up above 1070 again. I wonder if my buddy's still holding. I got to write him right now. I got a friend who owns a bunch of ONDS. This is an old friend. I have to write to him on Facebook. That's how old of friends we are and how old we are getting. That's how I contact him. Yeah, ONDS, heck of a day. It's up 9.6%. There's a few stocks having big days. Oh, NVTS is up 13.7. I was talking to Jared about this stock, NVTS. I was curious about buying some. I don't really know anything about the play. Let me give you the worst fundamental analysis you've ever heard. You ready for it? It's going to be terrible. It starts with a social media video that was about 2 minutes long. That's how bad this advice is. It starts, you know, like on X. It was probably a TikTok video posted to X or something. But there's this idea that data centers are going to have to switch their voltage. And anyone out there who's way smarter than me might know something about this. Anyone who's an electrical engineer or a data center person or something. But apparently there's a lot of efficiencies to operating a data center at a higher voltage scheme than we use today. It's not easy to make that infrastructure change, but it would be to the benefit of the industry to do so. And I heard that NVTS is a company that could be a player in that. And that's all I know about it. So I don't know. Take that terrible piece of Wall Street analysis and do what you will with it. But I've been curious about this stock. NVTS, November Victor Tango Sierra. Yeah, thank you, Doug. Thank you for providing some piece of knowledge that's better than my horrible explanation. But yeah, so Doug's saying worked for server manufacturer, 480 volts is needed to be most efficient, but the problem is you have to rewire everything. Exactly. It requires massive infrastructure investment to change, but it legitimately might be worth it for these companies to start doing this. It probably is. So you actually did it where you worked, Doug, to some degree? Yeah, I'm sure. It's going to be one of those things where if everybody agrees, what the f***, TK? You know, if everybody starts doing it and it becomes like, even though it's a hard pill to swallow, like these companies all start saying like this is the way, then there's going to be huge money to be made there. But you're going to have to see that shift. Like anything, you got to see the shift. And if you don't see the shift, then bad bet, you know. But if you do see a paradigm shift, that's how you make the most money in the market. You got to be buying in a bit early on paradigm shifting stuff. And it may happen, it may not. All right, TK. I'm not saying I'm the most attractive person in the world, but that guy looks like I don't know who that is. It's accurate in the hoodie and the hat. And I do like ginger ale from time to time, but otherwise I'm going to give you a C- on that. I'll have to check out that video, Harvey, later. I can't watch it right now, obviously. Question from Noel. How do I lay out a detailed trade book? Was looking for information in the education center. Thought Mike had something there, but can't find it. We do have a template for a trade book. Let me see if it's still on the website. Members home. Downloads. Oh, geez, did we get stopped out? Spy trade. We did get stopped out. Bummer. Nice. Thanks, Christian, for the heads up. Trade book. Here's a template here. So if you go to the webpage, Noel, and go to downloads, there's a template here for a trade book. Let me see if this is downloading. Oh, it did. Okay. Can I open this? I can only open this in WordPad, so I don't know if that's messing up the layout or anything. But it's here. You might have to mess with the formatting to get this thing to look nice, or even reformat it yourself if you don't like. I'm a stickler when it comes to Word documents. I like the bullets to be the way I like it. I don't like using someone else's Word template. I never have. But there is good information here. You could take this template and build a trade book off of this. This is the same one we use, Noel, in boot camp, over the P Capital Trading Boot Camp. And in boot camp, we go through all these sections and how to fill these out. And, Mike does a lesson on each one or related to each one. And then, each week people fill out a portion of this. But, you could do it on your own. You might want to just take some ideas from there, Noel, and then start building out what you like. Take pieces of it that you like. But the journey itself, Noel, I mean, what you want to do in a nutshell is if you're going to build a trade book, you want to get serious about it. Actually, let me pause this conversation because we need to do the second poll. No, we don't. We don't need to do the second poll. We got stopped out. Never mind. So I'm sorry. So to begin a trade book, you got to pick something to build a trade book off of, Noel. You're going to have to pick a strategy that you say, like, I want to work on this. I think there's something here, and I want to build it into something worthwhile for myself. And this is a great thing to think about, by the way. It's the first trading day of 2026, and I'm sure a lot of people are looking to sort of reset. Like I want to change the way I trade in 2026. I want to get more disciplined. I want to get more focused. Well, now's the time, right? So you got to pick something. That's a bit of a paradox, of course, because like, how do you pick something when you don't know what you're doing? And how do you, if you don't know what you're doing, hold up, I gotta sneeze again. Damn. Okay, so the paradox is if you don't know what you're doing exactly, how do you know what strategy to focus on? Because you don't want to waste your time. But you can't get focused until you focus, right? So what I recommend to people, if you know what you're kind of doing, if you've been trading a while and you've been in this business and you've had your ups and downs, you probably know what's good for you. You probably know what strategies are not great for you. Like I know reversals don't seem to be a good strategy for my mentality. I know trading right at the open is not good for me. I kind of found my happy spot trading some momentum stuff, but waiting 5 or 10 minutes for the market to settle itself out before I take my attempt at a momentum trade. Like this morning, my first trade on MU was at 9:36. I waited 6 minutes, and that one, like I said, was break even. And then I got a winning trade at 9:44, 14 minutes after the open. That's my happy place. Let things shake out a bit, and then try to pick the momentum in a direction to break the high a day. So like I said, so if you've been trading for a while, you probably have an idea of what might be good for you. Follow the thing that you think has promise. Just look in your heart and say, I think I could do well here. I think this is dangerous for me. I think I've never made this work out particularly well, but there's this one thing the market does that I think I could take advantage of. And that's where you want to focus. Start there. If you're completely brand new and you don't have that feeling, you don't know what's bad for you, what might be good for you or anything, you gotta pick something. Just pick something, don't be scared. Just pick a strategy. People think these strategies are all like totally mutually exclusive. They are not. If you spent 6 months trying to work out a 5-minute ORB and eventually you're like, I can't seem to make this work, and you move on to something else, you're not losing everything you worked on. You're taking like 80% of what you learned about volume and patterns and level 2 and what Atlas can tell, what the hell, whatever else. You're taking like 80% of what you did, and then you're applying it to the next thing. You're not leaving everything behind. And that's why people get so scared about picking something and just working on it, because they think like, if it doesn't work, if it's not what I ultimately end up doing 3 years from now, that was just a giant waste of time. You have to get that idea out of your head. It is not true at all. So if you're new, just pick something. But either way, whether you're not new or whether you're new, once you pick something they say, this is the thing I'm going to work on, then work on it. And tell yourself right now, this is going to be like a 6-month journey minimum. So today is January 2nd. We're essentially at the beginning of 2026. At the end of June, then that's where we really want to take an assessment of what's going on. Not at the end of January, not at the end of this week or next week, not at the end of January, not in February, March, or April. The end of June, 6 months from now, is really where you want to take a beat and say, like, how has this been going? Is it working? Is it not working? If it's not working, why is it not working? is a lot of people think a strategy doesn't work because they're not making money, when in reality what's going on is just a bunch of emotional psychology problems that have nothing to do with the strategy. That's one thing that just you see over and over is people saying like, I've been trading this and I just can't make this strategy work. And then you really dig into what they're doing and talk to them, and it's like, you're not obeying your stops. You're over trading. By the way, half these trades aren't even what you say you're trading. Like these are either ridiculously made up setups. You're convincing yourself that you're taking a setup that you're not really taking, or you're taking something entirely different and you're counting it against your success and failure numbers. So most of the time, it's not even a good assessment of whether the strategy is good or bad. It all comes down to someone's psychology. But trade it for 6 months. 6 months goes by fast. It's nothing. I've been trading for 7 years now, and I'm telling you, six months is nothing. 90 days is nothing. 6 months is nothing. It'll go by very quickly. But give yourself that amount of time. You owe it to yourself, because if you keep jumping around and you won't put that effort in to try to figure something out, all you're gonna do is chase your tail, and you're just gonna be here to be the trader here with a new idea every month. You'll see them. You'll see people in here that seem like, man, I swear that guy was spouting off on some other soapbox last month about how they trade, and this month they're saying they trade this way, and then the next month they're on another soapbox about how this amazing thing works for them, and it's usually a bunch of bunk. So that's what it's going to take, Noel. And it's you got to really buckle down and do it. Yeah, I mean, try to write it down, Noel. Try to write down what you want to do. It helps. It really does. And we talked about spreadsheet journaling on Wednesday or Tuesday or Wednesday. We went over like an example on how to spreadsheet journal, and it's not the only way to journal, but journaling is very important. And when you have a trade book, when you've written down what you're supposed to be doing and what you think are the steps you should be taking and what you should be following, and you're laying out how to take an entry and how to take profit or when to get out of the trade. When you journal and you start to notice that the trades you're journaling are not in line with this thing you wrote down, it's very obvious. It's we can't. The strategy may have a problem, but who the hell knows? If you don't follow it, like how can we even have a conversation about whether it's good or bad? So yeah, it really helps to do what you're saying. Just start writing down what you're supposed to be doing. It'll help with your discipline and get you pointed in the right direction. Okie dokie. Well, we should journal speaking of journaling, let's get our SPY trade finished up here. We got stopped out at 150. That's sad. $102 loss. Womp womp. We're still kind of flat around negative 6R here. Hopefully we can build on this here. Oh, there you go, TK. That's the slide that I show my boot camp traders week after week. About to start a new boot camp, so if you're in my group, you're going to be looking at that slide. I saw Non in here earlier. Non's in my group, I saw, unless Non figures that out now and asks to be switched to a different group. But you'll be seeing that every week. That's what good traders do. That's what successful traders do. That's what that should actually say. It shouldn't say the best PCT traders do this. It should say the successful PCT traders do this. Because if you want to succeed in trading, you got to do those things. There you are. Yeah, alrighty. Happy to be in my group for now. Should be a fun boot camp. I'm excited. Excited to start here. Jimmy G, what daily % profit return do I aim for? I don't have one. I don't think you should. I think you should have a setup, Jimmy. You should have rules to where to get in your trade. You should have a place you're supposed to get out of your trade. You should have a target you're holding for, trying to make the money that you deserve. You look at this NVIDIA trade from today. And this is a good example. Into the trade down here, out of the trade up here. Why was I out of the trade up there? Because that was my target. I was trying to get a dollar move on this. I got a little bit more before I got out just because this candle was pumping, making it very easy to get a little bit more. But I got out after a dollar move. That was my target. That's what you got to be doing. Take your setups. This all goes back to the conversation Noel was kind of asking about. Like, write down what you're supposed to be doing. Take your setups. Obey your stop. Hold for your target. And take what the market gives you. If the market doesn't give you anything for 5 days, then you're not going to get 0.5%. You're not going to make 1% per day. You're not going to make 0.5% per day. You're not going to make 0.25% per day because the market didn't give you the setup you wanted. So if you hold yourselves to these daily goals, you are going to have a hard time. You just are. The market is it's not built for daily goals. It's built for giving you opportunity when it gives you opportunity. It comes when it comes. And when it's not there, it's not there. That's my thought on that, Jimmy G. So you guys have a great day. Megan's coming on to the mic. I'm well into her time here. But I'll see you folks on Monday. And we'll get 2026 started for real. This day doesn't count. We're actually some pretty good volume today. Maybe this day does count. But anyway, we'll get started on a full trading week next week. Take it easy. Bye-bye.
Hello, friends. Happy Friday. I am back in sunny California. Thank the baby Jesus, because it is a little bit too cold for this gal on the East Coast. I think I went outside like twice in the course of 2 weeks. And for someone that likes to go outside and go for walks and stuff, that is not a lot of outside time. So it's really nice to be back. Hello, Nan. Hello, TK. Hello, Justin. Yes, I am very much warm again. I was able to get in my hot tub this morning, which I missed like crazy. I saw my dogs. They're the cutest. I just got Twitter, so I'm just kind of getting up to date with what's going on in the world, because I didn't get in until really late last night, and I went to bed around 1 o'clock. So that being said, you guys might have to get me up to speed on what's happening in the market, but we will do it together. Oh, thank you, Gary. That's very kind of you. I've been growing it out, so it's just, you know, the hairdo is just, it's just doing. The hair is just doing. It's getting long. Hello, Mustafa. Mike, I was in Maine. I was in Maine, and it was very cold. Hello, Bink Balls. Oh, the name that keeps on giving. All right, let's see. Hello, Ajit. Hopefully you and your cat, I believe his name is Cairo, had a good time watching my supply and demand webinar on New Year's Eve. That was a great email that you sent me. I enjoyed it. I don't know that Cairo enjoyed my webinar, but hopefully you did. Okay, so let's see what's going on. So, I mean, it's still, I know there were a couple movers today. I had some people sent me a couple trades today that I saw quickly before I got on here. Happy New Year, Anna. Happy New Year to all of you, by the way. Obviously, we didn't see each other yesterday, and I was out on New Year's Eve day. But yeah, it is New Year's 2026. And I'm excited. I like goals. And we're actually, speaking of, I have a webinar next Tuesday that I'm giving on goal setting. And it is something that I do weekly. So some people only do it at the beginning of the year, but I do it at the beginning of the year, but I also do it weekly. So I'm excited to dive into that with you guys. I think that will be fun. It'll be a fun one. Happy New Year, Noel, and Happy New Year, Sam. So yeah, 2026, let's do this thing. So let's see what's up with the market. Let's start with the SPY today. It is, I can't tell you the joy that having my 6 monitors brings to my life right now. Working off of 2 little screens can be very hard when you're trying to like not only trade but teach and like stay up to date on messages from people, and I just love my 6 monitors very much. Sometimes I talk about getting rid of them and getting just like one giant long one, but I still don't know if that would be enough for me. I'm into this life of mini screens in my face. Okay, so the market. One thing that I marked last week as we started to trickle down is it's a 4-hour demand zone that's a little bit further. So you can see how, oops, don't know what that is all about, but you can see how beautiful supply and demand zones work. They're kind of like magic. Let me get my pen up. Oh, no. Forgot. I've got a Stream Deck that opens it for me. See, you're on for 2 weeks and you forget all the technology that you have. So there's a 4-hour supply zone that I marked up here that happened at all-time high. So when we originally got up into this area for the first time, this was the previous all-time high, we sold off from it pretty drastically, a very steep drop from it, and sellers kept stepping down. So it took some good buying and demand spike to come in at these lows to really push us all the way back there and kind of get through this one and this one, all the way back to the all-time high area. So I've got this guy marked as a place that we might revisit. And then obviously we've got 4-hour supply up here. So as we are, wow, that was New Year's Day, huh? Man, I missed some fun, apparently. New Year's Eve day. I missed the fun. Let me guess. All the things that I was trying to trade short last week finally made more than like a $2 move. We'll take a look at that. But we are currently in a downtrend. To shift structure on the 4-hour, we would need to get above this buyer that tried to rally here. This pushed us to new lows and very aggressively. So right now, the sellers are still in control of the market. This could shift, but for now, that's what's happening. Let's look at the Qs really quick. And aside from that, one last thing I just want to check out here. This was the last was like the weekly low that pushed us up and out. So let's just look at where value's been sitting since then on this daily chart. Okay, so we're kind of under the bigger portion of value, and actually even coming down to this 4-hour zone, they didn't put in very much right there. It could be interesting. I don't know. For now, that's what I've got my eye on. But we'll see. Lots of supply. So, I mean, they rejected that so beautifully today. Oh, I love a good breakout candle. They pushed up into supply at the open, consolidated, wicked away from it, and then got a breakout candle out of this consolidation right here. That is one thing that I look for when it comes to trading patterns in supply and demand. There are different ways that I trade supply and demand, and I often get asked, like, what are you looking for when you get to a level or a zone? And typically, there's a few different ways. If you check out my trade book in the education center or in the resources, downloads, in the downloads maybe? No. In the education center, the Titan Territory Strategy, there is a PDF download. But when I get up to an area like supply, there are a couple different ways to trade it. And this goes for any level that you're looking for. Most traders come in and when they first learn about trading, usually it's like candlesticks and patterns. So there is a way to trade that in a general location, right? So it could be a breakout bar, it could be a pin bar, it could be a bearish engulfing, it could be ABCD, XYZ, it could be all kinds of different patterns, whatever like makes sense to you. I don't trade every single pattern. There are certain ones that I'm like, that makes sense to me. The other way, obviously, to trade when you get to an area that you're interested in would be order flow. So I usually kind of lean that direction a little bit more. It makes me feel a little bit more confident in the trade when I am watching order flow. So usually if I'm running towards an area, I will look for large sellers to step in and keep holding price down. That's my clue to start paying attention to it. And sorry, I'm very distracted by ONDS, which is finally making its new move after we've sat on this thing for months. But so that's what I would be looking for. Honestly, can we replay the tape on this? Un momento, señoritos. Let's see if we can do a little lesson here. For fun. Thank you, Dwayne. Appreciate it. Dwayne is the man, you guys. When I am a billionaire, I'm going to hire Dwayne to just like run my life, I think. He's just going to like run it for me. Has anybody ever used a virtual assistant, by the way, while I pull this thing up that I'm thinking of right now? Just out of curiosity. Sometimes I think about it. Okay, let me see if they'll bring me the data for this today. You get what you pay for. So basically you're saying don't go for the cheap ones. Got it. Noted. Are they going to give me data? Yeah. Oh. Let me see. You guys are probably like, what is she even doing? Give me a second here. Nope, not that. Nope. Okay, 686. All right. So if we look at, the zone that I've marked, it starts at like 686.50-ish and goes up to whatever, like 690. That part doesn't matter because we didn't even go up that far today. 686.50. I'm just going to mark that area here. Good enough. All right. So what I'm looking for as we, and maybe we'll see it, maybe we won't. So we're doing it live, folks. I have not seen this tape today. So as we start to approach supply, just to, remind you guys, that is what we are looking for, supply zone. I'm just going to go back to it for a second so everybody can see. Oops, 4 hour. As price runs towards this 4 hour supply zone, I want to see if there are still sellers there. So you can use patterns, you can use candlesticks, you can use volume, you can all those things. But one way to use tape and order flow as a leading indicator, one thing that I'm looking for, and I know a lot of people use Atlas, so that's also an option. I tend to perform better with tape and order flow. I throw Atlas on my screen, but this is how I learned. This is just makes the most sense to me. So as we run up towards supply, which I've got marked up here, maybe we'll change it into red so you guys know. No, I don't know how to change it. Doesn't matter. Who cares? Don't get picky about this, Megan. So as we run up here, one thing I'm looking for on the ask, I want to see some larger orders show up on the ask. They can also show up on the bid. And if they do show up on the bid, I want price to move down when they show up on the bid. But I like to, hey, what's up, Jesse? I do like to look for those orders on the right-hand side coming in on the ask and providing pressure. Now, if something is really bullish, it will use those large orders as like momentum to chew through. And sometimes those are the market orders that get thrown into the market, which if you're using Atlas, you will see it as like a large green bubble and then price moves higher, right? In the event that this seller would be too large, we would see the large player and then we would look for them to hold price down. Maybe they start printing on the bid, they start pushing price lower. So I'm just looking for a large player to appear. And again, you can look for that on Atlas as well. But this is normally how I'm looking and how I'm trading. So I'm just gonna hit play on this and let me get stuff out of my way so I can see what I'm doing here. Okay, so what are we on? 1x speed? That sounds good. All right. So as orders are coming through here, I am just looking to see if anybody worthwhile shows up. Let's see if I can. We'll see if I can catch it. I've been on vacation, so you know. And they can come in a lot of small orders too, but what I really like to see are large players to make me feel like someone has shown their hand and now I'm trading with them. You can also trade based on how price just responds to like small orders because stuff can get unloaded for a while, like it can just get unloaded over time. And we'll start to see that as like a change in the tape. But what I really like to see are the large orders come in. And so far, nothing. So as prices, obviously we're starting to get a bullish candle here. And so as price is starting to kind of push up, there's nothing that would tell me that there's a seller yet on this. So I would just kind of keep watching. And, sometimes it will just like go like as in turn and I won't catch it. And that's just part of trading, baby. But let's just watch this. We all know that this market does sell off today, but I want to see if we can kind of pinpoint where we start to see sellers show their hand just from watching the order flow. So I'm watching this side here for sellers to come in. So far, I'm really only seeing like single digit lot sizes. So 2s, 6s, I saw a 10 at one point. I might have seen a 14. And if you really want to train yourself, you can put this on like 10x speed and then the market looks really slow in the morning. So I go through this in PCT. PCT is changing a little bit this next session. So Previously, I was doing an order flow session every other week, but now I'm tying it into the market analysis class that I'm teaching over there. And then anybody that's in my group will probably go through this as well. I think this is an important skill to have. I think that it does affect like your ability to read what's actually happening. Order flow is a leading indicator. Still not actually, this happens like I feel like 15 minutes into the day or something, so I'm just gonna speed this up. So far, pretty low volume on this push down, so it's not really showing me that there's like a huge player. Yeah, exactly, Teddy. That's what we're watching. So it went into a supply zone. So this is my supply zone, the lower end of the level. And so we're looking to see where the sellers actually show up. Still, volume's pretty normal for the most part. I haven't seen any huge sellers yet. So even though like this is pushing down, there would be no short signal here if I was just watching order flow. How long does this take to, because I might speed it up because I don't want to spend all day on this. Let's see. It doesn't. Oh, we don't sell off to like 10:05. Where are we at? 9:35. Okay, we're gonna go really fast. I'll slow it down when we get closer, and I'll let you know if I see something. Again, just watching for really large orders here. Nothing, not a single like 100 lot or anything that I have seen yet. 5s, 1s, 2s, 3s. Oh, 15. Look at that. 6, 7, 3, 2, 1. Sometimes you miss it when you blink, which is one thing I really like about Atlas. So it's part of the reason why I like having it running in the background, because if I did blink and I missed something, Atlas will show me a bubble, which is nice. We're gonna have to get going. Let me just speed up to when we get up to this area. What time is that at? Because I'm sure there's many other things you guys would like to go through today than just watching me do this. 9:50. We're almost there. Let's go 9:49. 6, 7. Okay, so now we're getting closer. Let's go before we get that rejection. All right. Still a large order. So this is pushing. It's pushing on good volume as they're starting to climb. So someone is getting either squeezed here, maybe some of the short sellers from this morning, or maybe we are getting someone large coming in, and they could push this through supply. So if we did start to get a lot of really large participants, we could move up through supply. And let me do one other thing really quick, just in case I get questions on this. Where's it opening? The only problem with 6 screens is you don't know where anything is. There it is. All right. Okay. All right, still watching for large participants. Just keep an eye on my cursor. So we're starting to push towards supply. We're getting closer and closer. I have it on 3 times speed, so I'm going to slow it down just so you guys can catch it with me. And hopefully we see something and this isn't just a waste of time. So some 20s, it looks like, coming through. Still nothing super crazy. Tens, some 40s on the bids, which is pushing price higher. So they're finding some resistance, but I still haven't seen a huge seller on the ask, which is interesting. So there wouldn't really be a signal yet for me if I was trading this. Interesting. So at 686.27, there's no large orders, but this is where trading price action gets tricky. At 686.27, there are like smaller orders that are causing the price to get held. So it's a held offer, and it's not a large offer. It's just a lot of smaller orders, and sometimes this can be institutions unloading. And one thing I'm noticing on the volume is as we are moving up, it is also decreasing. So it does look more like a trap right now. I want to see if they can lift 686.27. Every time they come up to it, they push price back down about 10 cents or so. So we're struggling to lift 686.27 right now. So someone seems to be sitting there. I still don't see like super large orders, and that's ideally what I want to see. I don't love trading the like secret unloading. I'm not as good at that. Sometimes I will just take stuff that doesn't work out when I see that. I actually prefer to see the large players, which causes me to mistrade sometimes, and I'm okay with that. I'm not solely like a tape trader. I'm more of like, let me see your hand. Show me where you are, and then let's play. I would like them to show their hand though for you guys. So it's just nothing massive yet. Unless I've blinked and missed it, but we'll see. All right, so they're coming back to 686.27 area, and they've lifted through there. So this is why I don't like to do it when I'm seeing like smaller orders hold. I would rather see a large player come in, because this has happened to me many times when the tape gets stuck and you start to see a little bit of a seller. Sometimes it's just momentary resistance. I would rather see a really large player. Let's just pause and look at the volume for a second. So there is good volume still pushing through here. So it's not something you want to like get in front of yet, either way. When you see volume like that, just they could keep squeezing this through supply, right? We want to make sure that sellers are actually coming in, which is really important. So we're in supply now. I've marked kind of the lower end of it. Where are you guys at? Hopefully I'm not lulling anybody to sleep here. And if I am, I apologize. But I do think this is, and it's an important skill to learn. You don't have to trade using order flow, but I do think it's an important skill just to have. Checking the volume. So still kind of low volume on this pullback. So even the volume doesn't really say that there's sellers yet. There is this doji, which is interesting on high volume. If price action gets below this, we might end up with a seller here to risk against. But I still am not seeing any large participants as far as on the orders that are coming through. So if you weren't sure if trading was supposed to be boring, it is. This is what trading is like. You're just waiting to see where everyone is at. Just going to pause for a second in case I'm missing any questions. Yeah, Jesse, that is, you know, I think swing trading and day trading are just very different. I don't use this for my swing trading, right? This is something that you would use for your intraday positions. I think swing trading is a bit more like pattern based, moving averages, zones, stuff like that, candlestick formation, because you're letting a bigger picture idea play out based on a pattern. I think that if you're looking to capture fast moves on a day trade, though, this can be something that's valuable. But I agree, like, really it's about having enough time to sit in front of your screen to actually do this kind of stuff. And if you don't, then, you know, there's different ways to trade, or, you know, there's swing trading or not trading using order flow. My goodness, give me something. Usually I swear by now I would have seen something. Some orders at 686 on the bid that are coming in that are holding price at 686 right now. Come on, buddy. Don't worry, guys. Soon it drops. So it's just a matter of finding our guy or gal. We're back at 686.27 where it struggled before. And that, at the end of the day, if we don't see any large sellers, if we got a breakout candle and we were continuing to see pressure up against 686.27, we could use a pattern. I really wanted to show you guys a large player, but it might end up being just a pattern based off of a stall at a specific price. Oh, did I do that? Yes, I did that. I was really hoping this would be faster. I apologize, it's taking so long. Gonna spend the whole session just doing this at this point. keep popping it above 27 a little bit, and then it gets pushed back down. So there is a bit of a seller there. How close are we to 10 o'clock? 4 minutes. Let's 2x this. The only thing that I'm seeing aside from the rejection against 686.27 is that there is a buyer around 686.10. So if they lose that buyer, that could be why it flushes, but I'm just looking to see if they have any large players. Lord Almighty. And this, folks, is how long it can take for you to get a signal for your trades. So if you're jumping in and out of your positions all day long, I would look at redefining your signals to make them I guess the term I want to use is like a bit pickier, because everything can be a signal. But being pickier can help you stay out of chop too. All right, finally some 20s. Like I haven't even seen 20s for a while, but finally around 686.70, there's actually some 20 lots that have come through here, but that's still not a lot. Is it enough though? That's the biggest I've even really seen. So maybe it's enough. Maybe it's enough. My eyeballs just zoned out for a second, so hopefully I didn't just miss something. I started thinking about other things. That's what happens when you're like waiting for something that takes a century to set up. But we know that we're in supply, and we just need a sign. Give us a sign. Interesting, 686, there's a bid holding at 686.35. that keeps refilling. That might be the last participant that tries to push this higher. Lord have mercy. Patience, patience. Patience, patience, 3x speed. The only information we have, aside from there not being a large participant that's coming in up here to short against, is that you've got orders that have been reloading around 686.10 during this entire time that it's been in this range. But apparently not strong enough to move it through here. So under 686, if we get under that and we retest it from below and see asks stepping there, it can be a signal. So they're starting to break through those buyers right now. When we if they retest them from underneath, we would want to see sellers come in on that side of it. Yeah, it looks like it's just going to go. So no large orders have appeared this entire time. This would have been something that I would not have taken because what I really want to see is a large participant to trade against. Now, there are different ways to utilize what we've seen on the tape so far. And a lot of trading is about using the signs that you actually want to see and getting specific about that stuff, right? Within the tape, aside from not seeing a large participant step in on the ask, there were multiple medium-sized orders that were coming in at 686.10. So when we were in this area, every time we kind of pushed down into here, like a 10 lot, a 15 lot, a 20 lot or so would come through. Now, being that this is pushing up and the structure of this, the current structure in this kind of push is a little bit more bullish, we would expect those orders to hold and start to step through supply and keep stepping up. But what this is showing is even those orders that are coming through aren't strong enough to get through this. So what the market's going to have to do is move lower to find more participants to move up through here. I was really hoping that we would see something dramatic. I usually prefer to see something dramatic. Like I'm talking like, give me even just like 100 lot or like a 200 lot, a 400 lot, something that's much larger than these really small lots that are coming through, because that gives me a very clear area that I can risk against. So anybody that's ever done PCT with me or done the order flow class in PCT with me, you will know, and this will just be, like a review for you guys, that once we have that order and understand where they're sitting, we can then kind of mark them on our chart. And usually I might do it with like a dotted line. Price might push through them, cause a false breakout and come back below, and then we start to sell off. So that order gives us information before the historical levels are formed. Unfortunately, we didn't see one. I didn't at least, a large order come through on here. Could have missed it, could have blinked when it happened, could have had it on 3x speed and just didn't see it come through. But in a nutshell, that's what we're looking for, is a large player to show up. Now, like I said, you can still use like a bid getting dropped or lost to enter into a position, where in this case there were smaller kind of medium-sized orders holding this up. Once price action got below those and failed to get back above them, you can use that as well. It's not really what I'm looking for when it comes to order flow. I prefer to look for the large players, which does cause me to miss trades, but the trades that I do take, I have a very clear understanding. I'm able to say there was a really large seller at this area. And that's something that I would look for in this case. And if I was to keep playing this, there's a good chance, maybe at some point I see something. But, we watched this for a very long time and I didn't see anything. So I probably would have just not taken this trade. And that's fine. And that's going off of order flow. But this is why there is like a secondary way to take trades from supply and demand zones. And the other one is patterns. So I prefer the leading indicator. I prefer to see the large orders, really showing their hand here. But the other way to trade it is strictly based off of a pattern. And what I was looking at earlier before I brought this up was on the 5-minute chart, when price pushed up to this, a breakout candle. So when price starts to consolidate, you get this kind of rejections here, and then you get this breakdown candle or this breakout candle. You can trade with that candle with your stop loss above the candle or above the highs of the day, whichever. And it's another way to get into the trade if you're not using order flow. I fluctuate kind of between both, just price action in candlesticks and order flow. Ideally, in a perfect world, you would see both. So I would have saw a really large order, and again, I could have missed it going at like a faster speed, but I would have saw a really large order and then also a pattern. So they would have been complementing each other, and that would be a much better setup. So I see there were some questions in here. Yeah, I'm Ran X. Exactly. So yes, there is so the pattern that I see comes in on the 5, but when we're looking at the 1-minute chart and we're up in this area, oops. You could utilize the break of the space as well and use it as your resistance point. So you can see, just based on the chart, two things here when we come to the idea of supply and demand. And if you're using the intraday buyers and sellers, one thing here is that you've got big buyers that step up here, or some type of squeeze that occurs, right? And then you get another buyer that steps up here. So I've got, if I'm not using order flow, I have two locations on this screen that give me intraday buyer. Oops. Yeah, that's the right one. Intraday buyers. So I've got one here and I've got one here, just in terms of demand spikes on a smaller time frame. So I've got intraday buyers. They actually kind of step in right here, but fail to push higher. And then they come in again on even better volume. So I've got one here and I've got one here on good volume. That amount of volume on a demand spike like that should have continued. So when that comes in right into supply and doesn't actually keep going, we can see that there is a bit of resistance from, I don't even know if I want to say sellers, but I want to say there's just not enough demand after that to push it through supply. So when we lose that buyer that steps up, the target for this, for an intraday trade, would be back down to the one that started the move down here. And again, ideally, I would see something on the order flow at the same time. So, but I didn't see it on this one. Does that answer your question? Does anybody else have questions about what we just went through? And at some point, maybe I'll run through something and we'll actually see something, say something like they tell you at the airport. But I didn't see anything on this. So would I have taken the trade? I don't know. Was it a good move? Yeah, definitely. But I didn't, if I was using order flow, I didn't actually see anything on my side. When that happens, you're not going to catch every trade. But if you wanted to trade the pattern or the loss of the intraday demand, that would have also been an option. Holy crap, my hour's almost up. Wow. I spent a lot of time on that. Hopefully somebody found some value in that. My goodness. Just out here blabbing on my soapbox about the order flow on SPY today. So hopefully someone cares. Oh my goodness. You got it, Doug. Oh man. Okay, I saw a question earlier before I ended up down this road. A question about, I think it was AMD. Oh, Chip, you mentioned AMD when I first got on. It had a great open at a huge 60-minute supply. I had marked, never pulled back for my entry though, and I was so too chicken to take the damn trade, all the break at the pre-market high. Interesting. Was it the one that I've got marked too? Oh, weird. Oh yeah. Look at that. Ran right into the daily. Okay, so this must be the one you're talking about here. I've got the same one marked, if this is yours. So there is AMD supply here, and it opened right on top of it. We've got daily supply up here, so it is, to me, it's a little bit of a trickier trade. I'll show you what that daily supply looks like. But as long as there's the volume and as long as there's the momentum, we can push through those zones. So I've got this marked here. Here's the base, and then we've got this. It just kept it's been bumping its head against it. Now the tricky part about a daily supply or demand is usually that they're freaking wide, super wide. So sometimes we can actually move pretty far through those before price turns around. So the 4 hour and the 1 hour get a little bit where you can kind of fine tune them a little bit better. But in the case of AMD today, that was a nice push off of the top of supply here. Wow. Oh my goodness. Like, just an explosion on this today. Ajit, thank you. I'm glad it was helpful. That's what happens when you spend 2 weeks on the East Coast. Yeah, I guess. Just warming up my brain with you guys today because my brain's been cold out there. Cool. I'm glad to hear that, Anna. There will be things for some people and things for other people. That's all part of the process of learning. Mustafa, I did not trade today. I flew in really late last night from the East Coast, and I didn't get to bed till like 1 o'clock in the morning, which on the West Coast, if I'm going to get for trading, I get up at 4. So I was not going to get 3 hours of sleep and then try to go throw my money at the market today because that seemed silly. So I actually slept in. I got up. I had a slow morning. I got in the hot tub. Just enjoyed my Friday. But my trade on ONDS, that is a trade I actually put on a while ago. So for those of you who have been asking about it, I actually got into ONDS here on this day. The reason why was because during the sell-off, so this had a very explosive move. Still, lots of contracts underway. Good, a lot of news on this, leaning towards a lot of partnerships and contracts and the things that you want to see for people being involved with a business. But as this pulled back, I was looking for a signal to get into a position for the next leg of the move, and I waited for earnings because as we kind of trickled down, we kept getting closer and closer to earnings. Earnings came out. The earnings was good. And one thing about the earnings was when we look at this chart, there was a giant chunk of value that was sitting down here on the daily chart. And so what I was looking for when we were down here was give me some volume that tells me buyers are interested in this stock down in this location. So at one point they saw this as a fair value price. This was actually one of the bigger areas before this was created. But now we've got more information and now this is a little bit larger. But at the time, this was a very heavy area of value. So what this told me was that the market found this to be a fair price or fair value. And so as we come down to it, if they still think that that is a fair price or fair value, what I want to see is some type of bullish action moving away from this location, like in the right direction, right? If I'm going to be long, I want it to move in that direction. So earnings came out. They got a lot of volume. It got stuffed that day, so I didn't take it that day. But when we started to get more volume on this, or still strong volume with a little bit of a better bull candle on this, that's when I entered into it. And yeah, I've been in this ever since. I don't have like a massive position on it anymore, actually. I did have a big position on it when I first entered, but when I left for the holidays, I don't know, this is something I might need to work on because I did this in Greece too. I know swing trading is something you're supposed to be able to do while you're out living the rest of your life. But if you get really heavy into something, it's really hard to just leave that position on. And I was pretty heavy into ONDS down here. When I left for the holidays, I actually took off a really large chunk of my position. And I was like, you know what? I'm just going to be in this in like a good percentage that doesn't stress me out. It can fluctuate as much as it wants to. And of course, it's moving now because that is the story of my life. But I think at the end of the day, yes, trading is about making money, but it's really about risk management. And I didn't feel comfortable with the size of the position that I had because it was a pretty large chunk of my account at the time. So, yeah, anyways, I'm still in it. So I got down in this area and we're moving and grooving. I expect good things for ONDS this year. We'll see. It does have a high that still needs to clear before it's at an all-time high location. But the volume on this is nice. We do have this giant red week, but we're moving past that. So anybody that tried to sell that week is now underwater. And this is what the monthly chart looks like. Good volume as we're pushing up. Yeah. So nutshell, I didn't trade this last week as like a day trade. I think that was people were getting confused because during the pre-market show, the guys were calling it out as, you know, Megan is saying ONDS, but not as a day trade, more as a swing trade. Let's see. Teddy, is it the case where a buyer can't get through supply zone for a shorter move and then decides to dump entire position if they can get through it? Or is that the wrong? Is it the case where a buyer can't get through supply zone for a shorter move and then decides to dump entire position if they can't get? Yeah, that is definitely a possibility. So every time that I look at order flow and just the market in general, I'm looking at it in like a psychology sense, right? That's what's moving the market. That's what we're looking at from a psychology standpoint. So if you think about it, if you were to come into SPY today, let's go back to this and let's go. If you were to come into SPY today and you were one of the buyers in the morning trying to pivot this around, right? And you run right into supply, and if they can't get through it and they're trying to push through it and there's just not enough participation from a buyer standpoint, what I would want to see is other buyers stepping in to actually push this through, right? So if I was long from the lows in the morning and I pushed right into supply and no one was jumping in to help move this through that, and the longer we stayed there and struggled to find more buyers to push through there, then yeah, as we start to kind of break down below where the buyers were holding around 680, 610, then yeah, I might start dumping my position. So a lot of like trading really is putting yourself in other participants' shoes and starting to think like, what would I do if I was in this position? And so from a selling standpoint, if you did want to short this and you didn't see a larger participant there to kind of use as your protection, you can also use the buyers that are struggling, right? So if the buyers get lost, you can also use them. It's not usually my like go-to. I'm not usually like, I'm going to trade where the buyers are struggling, because at some it could drop like 10 cents and then all of a sudden the buyers are like absolutely not, and they like really come in. So I prefer to see the larger orders. I feel more comfortable that way. But yes, absolutely, you can look at that, and you can say like, they're trying, there's no participation, we're right where sellers are supposed to be. We don't have enough volume or participation to get through this right now. So if we lose where they've been kind of like trying to hold, then yeah, dumping positions, other like people starting to short on top of that. That kind of just happened to AMD. Yeah, I mean, that is something that like, can happen, right? Maybe we saw a large participant up here, or maybe there just wasn't enough buyers to keep this going. You need at least one of those, right? Like you either need buyers to keep something going, or you need a lack of sellers, right? So price can keep moving. Or to push down, you either need a large seller or not enough buyers to keep buying up the price. So either way to look at that works, and it's more of like a what do you like to trade with, like what kind of signal. She's telling us to be empathetic always. Always. That is the number one thing. If you've ever watched Ted Lasso, you can be a good coach and you can be empathetic at the same time. All right, folks, I'm over my time here. I spent a lot of time on one topic today, but hopefully there was some value in it. And it's the weekend already. So I will see you guys on Monday when hopefully the market is back in full force, because I'm ready to be back in full force as well. So enjoy your weekend, everybody. Have a great rest of your Friday. And again, Happy New Year. Very excited to see what 2026 brings for everybody in here. All right, have a good weekend. Bye, guys.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the last hour of the first day of the first month of the trading year. It doesn't feel like a Friday, but it is a Friday, isn't it? It's weird to have a Friday after a break. It's like coming back to work for one day. Well, it's been a quiet day for me. I think all the action happened this morning. Surprising amount of movement and volume this morning. Except for, of course, Tesla, which continued to drop like a stone in a clear pond. And finally bounced. But yeah, not a good day for Tesla, is it? Not a good start to the year. AMD is just, I mean, it's back at VWAP. AMD is a good example of one of the stocks that moved well at the open and then didn't do much thereafter. At least for me, at least not patterns that I could trade. Not a good day for Apple either. What did Apple do? I just stopped watching. Oh yeah, it was looking strong. Oh, I still regret that Apple it didn't do anything after I stopped watching it. So frustrated. Apple was my one trade that I should have taken. It had a great move to the high, and then it retested and gave me the sort of the first identified mountain pass of the season, but I didn't take it. I was a little distracted with heating concerns, which we seem to be hopefully resolved.
Good afternoon, Peter.
Hey, Jared. How are you?
Happy 2026.
Yeah.
Sure. I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm good. It's a good start to the year. Surprisingly good trading this morning.
Yeah, the morning offered really nice extensions, I think, on what were you watching? What was on your list?
Well, originally I was just sticking to the basics, watching Tesla and Nvidia primarily, but then Apple got my attention. And that's about it, really.
Yeah, Apple had that nice turnaround.
Yes.
There's a couple names that after their morning drive fell back a good. I guess Apple completely reversed, but AMD almost did. So, yeah, Apple completely reversed, and then AMD looked like it could, but got saved. Did not sell through. Semis are kind of like the I guess like the pressure today, because if you look at the heat map, it's like a semi fiasco right now. I don't know. Every single semiconductor is bid up today. Pretty good. Some of them are really, really performing. Like 9-10% MU, ASML, Lam Research. So it's a semi day, a half day. Semi half. And then you go look at some of the other information technology names, and they're deep red. AppLovin's down 7%. PLTR's down like 5%. Yeah. They went after Adobe for some reason today. Hate Adobe. Get it out of here. Like Adobe's been slowly tearing its way back up out of this doldrum it's in, and then today they're just like, let's go back down. It's hilarious. But it still looks like it might be changing. It's just big day.
Big day.
So yeah, it's a day of big bars. How about that? Big bar day. Every day needs a title, right? Well, today Big Bar 2026.
You're gonna come up with a new title every day?
I'm not going to commit to it, but I will make attempts.
Okay. All right.
If I see something, I'll try. But I think today's kind of neat too because it offers some ideas for future sessions. With today being like the setup event. AMD's got my eye, even though it's strong today. It's still in an area of resistance. I think Megan kind of highlighted that both locally and big picture. We've got the old all-time high, and we've got a monthly topside test of December. So if that starts to like bid back down first couple days, it could still offer a pretty wide sell-off. But right now it's not offering the downside yet. So I'll be on the lookout for that later. And then MU, I'm assuming with MU's yearly candle that's gonna stay up there for a little while because I don't know how we're gonna change the direction on MU anytime soon. But I'm also unsure about expansions up here outside of maybe the first month. And they're doing a lot of it today, so it's a big expansion day. I'm just curious, full potential on that one. But yeah, if you go to a yearly chart now, you got a nice full candle, so I'm not gonna go against that, you know, because everybody else who did lost. You know.
Yeah. Yearly chart. I like how I guess it's this is a calendar, like year to date, I guess so.
Yeah.
So I like how this bar in 2026 of one day has the same, weighting as every trading day of 2025.
Well, yeah, it can't draw the candle like tiny.
No, I know.
And smushed, but it's a very active candle right now. It's the most active.
It's already a better year than it was in 2024.
That's right. As long as that candle stays green, it's better than any of these red years.
Yeah.
The fear is always like a wick or some sort of look above kind of behavior where it falls back in the range. But really just anything above the closing prices is still going to be considered bullish. MU closed at 285, so today it's rising and well above that, so it's definitely a standout. Intel too, pushing local resistance, and there's a lot of good like intraday strength on semis. Not a day to fight them too much. I just thought AMD was neat because it reacted so hard off of December high, and even if it's not the top of this move, it was a great intraday move, $7 down. So, what are your thoughts on 2026 trading? Not as a reflection of today, but just are you expecting different volatility this year, Peter, or is it going to be a lot of similar events to what we got last year? Like what are some things you think we should be on the lookout for this year?
I mean, I don't know how I would possibly predict that, right? Like we're in a politically, geopolitically, unstable environment. And that hasn't changed from last year. We're still in a irrationally exuberant market, to paraphrase one of the great Fed chairs of the past. Speaking of Fed chairs, we're looking at a new Fed chair coming into power, which could very much change the market dynamics, at least in the U.S. We've got interim elections, which could change that local political landscape. There's a lot of moving parts that don't directly have anything to do with the market, but indirectly have everything to do with the market. So, which way they will go, I'm not sure that I could accurately predict. So, all of that being said, I think we're going to get good interim movement, like day trading. I think it's going to be a good year because all of this will lead to market uncertainty, to changes of opinions, where everybody's going to be like, it's awesome, man, let's go, and then the next day it'll be like, wait, no, new piece of news, it's going to feel crappy. And those types of moves are what we can make very profitable when you're trading intraday. So I guess to your question, the best I could say, I don't know what it's going to do, directionally, but I anticipate a pretty good opportunistic year.
Yeah, I like that. I think there's going to be some 3-month periods to be on watch for. The midterm election cycle is a big one, because last time we had midterm election volatility of note, I think was end of pandemic, late 2020 was that midterm?
Right.
Was that midterm or core election? I can't remember. I have to actually look at that, because midterm election cycles do offer a wide, typically range-bound period that has a lot of false movements, where you'll look like a breakout one day, and then you'll probably give back a week of price activity in a day. So there could be some neat trading there.
Did you say neat or meat?
Neat.
Neat. Okay. Yeah. It could be neat trading too, depending how you look at it.
Yeah.
Get to the meat of it.
All trading is neat, but some has meat and some does not. Some is bread, as we all know. Bulls are always looking for bread. Bears are looking for meat. It's the color of the candles. I think you said it pretty well. There's going to be some periods this year that I don't think will be as one-sided as they were last year, because we had about 6 months last year of straight upside in the SPY after the tariff drop. I don't know if we'll have a 6-month phase of full expansion. We'll probably have 3-month moves and 1-month periods that are pretty wide, but I also don't think they're all going to be bullish. So yeah, it's going to be quite the year. There's big patterns from last year that I'm looking to resolve this year. So there's some stuff that definitely has a bullish lean, and keeping an eye on stuff that didn't rally last year, seeing if they start picking up laggards from last year. There's a lot of discussion on staples being big laggards last year. All the not retail brands, but consumer brands, they pretty much ended the year at the dead lows, and if those start picking up, usually it's a little bit more challenging to get strong market participation in risk on names, because we're seeing too much rotation into them. But that'll take a monthly breakout to detect. Yeah, and Target's having a good day today, so maybe that is Starting to show its face. McCormick. Colgate. But I mentioned this last week. I'll be doing a 2025 recap next week during Megan's 2 p.m. session. So if there is some interest in discussing the review of 2025, I'll try my best to not only just state the obvious, but also talk about real returns and some of the perception of performance last year. A lot of arguments were towards the market actually didn't return anything last year because of how inflation looks inside the dollar, or pricing looks inside the dollar. But it's arguable. And then we're going to also have a 2026 outlook probably later in the week. I'll need probably buy-in from Mike and or Peter to take an afternoon to get one of those going. So I'll probably need like a full session for that, but
Right.
that's fine. So next week, Tyler, it'll be Monday. Megan's offering her Monday, so I can do a quick recap. I'll have some slides, and I'm not just going to look at like technical end of year, start of year stuff. That's stuff that any trader could pull up, but maybe a little bit more review of the posture of last year and how it placed everything moving into this year. But always hard to tell first couple of days if anything's getting really bought or sold. You see the NASDAQ selling off into the close. Let's see. Do we have reason to believe another step down? Well, I will say that the SPY dipped into 680 orders, which were being offered most of the middle of the day. And on a 30-minute chart, this is kind of like, the perception here is that we found value for the day. So when that happens, they're usually trying to finish an auction, but by the end of the day, you could still find yourself somewhere meandering in the middle. There's also the morning, which feels as if we moved away from, but we're pretty close to at this point. This is all on the SPY. If the NASDAQ and the SPY are kind of looking similar, you would need to fall back into the lower ranges to even get the potential for sell-off behaviors. And right now it doesn't look as if they're like about to do it, nor would the last 30 minutes be able to move price that much. When I was here last week and someone asked what the market was looking like it was going to do, it actually was looking like a sell, but it was also because I came in at 2 p.m. and that gave it a good hour and a half to sell off, of which I don't know if y'all were here for the last hour of last year, but it was pretty much a full court sell off in the market. Like everything was red except for Nike. So it was kind of a weird close because I didn't expect it to be that bad, but they ran that whole trading range and then they got like a full extension out of it too. It was all this right here. So it turned into a flag. I don't see that happening at this point, mostly because we don't have the sell pressure in the market. But could we fall back to value? always. That's always a possible scenario. Value is where you want to be by the end of the day for most of these profiles that tend to be fairly balanced at one point. You want to end where the most trade is going on so you can keep doing it. But it doesn't have to occur, and usually when you move away from it, to force it to go back, you have to lose the shelf that you're trying to build, which right now there's a shelf protecting us on the SPY. So, see, if I look at the NASDAQ, it's actually trying to move from value. So to me, these profiles are like not built for selling, and all the selling was done in the morning. Midday was kind of like value and a little bit of an excess move to finish it. But now we're like returning price back to the, I don't know, somewhere down here. It's hard to tell exactly. Usually it's the IVR is the target, the first hour range. So when I look at that, I don't see selling. I see put it back where it broke down from, and then end the day. So yeah, and there are a lot of drone strength stocks today. ONDS, ARCAT, UAVS, UMAC I didn't take a look at, but appears to be a drone day too. Semi drones. Those are the bull names today. Yellow Melbourne. So Teddy, does that make sense what I said about why not to expect a big sell-off at this point? Any move down could be taken advantage of, but do I expect like one of these 30-minute candles to break and a big extension to come out of it? No. There's a difference. Once you kind of get to certain areas, it just stabilizes. So, and I don't see the pressure we need to start hitting the ground like we did yesterday or Wednesday. We got smoked right into the close of here. But it's like an algorithm turned on somewhere around 2 Eastern when I first joined, and everything I started seeing was just like full court press selling. Yeah, mineral stocks, yeah. I saw, what was it? Crap. I know MP's up. There's another one. Now I have to go and look at all these old stocks that we haven't been trading. See how no one cares about these anymore because they're not making new all-time highs? People only care when it's ripping. It gets boring. We just forget. Rare Earth. USAR. That was the one I was thinking of. UAME's up a lot too. But you can very clearly tell where the activity was on these last year and where we don't care about it anymore. We lose a lot of interest when the candles aren't that big. Because it takes a while to kind of reinvigorate the market. MU has been a monster. It's not the biggest monster. It's just the monster that you know. What you looking at, Peter? New 30-minute candle started. Where's that volume at?
I'm trying to figure out my own trading, frankly.
Are we all?
Yeah.
Well, what you looking at? I guess.
I was still watching Apple. It's just surprising to me how different of a profile it has for like pre 12 p.m. and post 12 p.m. It's like two different stocks.
Yeah, all that morning volatility, and then you get a bunch of duds at the low end.
Yeah.
It's crazy, huh?
I'm saying that because I'm honestly looking at my trades and thinking, I think my traditional Mountain Pass would only start at around 10:30 to 11 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking I need to start moving it earlier because it feels like the market is done. Well, I don't want to make too many general assumptions over the holidays, but in the last month or two, it does feel like the afternoons have become more choppy, and then the price action has moved tighter into the morning.
Interesting.
So,
Trying to think if there's ways to detect that, because moving it earlier would almost be looking for the second 30-minute candle to move.
telephone.
Yeah. Just trying to think. I think I get what Peter's saying, but it's only specific profiles that make it look weird like that. Knowing that he's looking on the 1 for his entry.
Yeah, I'm not saying that there's not movement in the afternoons, but it's less.
Yeah,
I don't know. Just seems
less
less.
impactful. You're trying to get a Mountain Pass after a distribution, which if in the morning you push up for 30 minutes and then you start seeing change of direction, that could be 10 o'clock. I mean, we could start moving down at 10. And if you see it on a 1 minute at that time, you'd basically be shorting the top of the 30-minute range, trusting that it won't poke any further, you know? So I'm trying to think if today was just special for that, mostly on Apple, because it obviously wouldn't have worked on a lot of stuff, but it worked very well on Apple. And then like dead afternoon or dead midday, because like you couldn't really mountain pass Tesla in the middle of the session. It wasn't ready to turn. Or like PLTR. Good luck trying to turn that one. So yeah. You needed a rally first. Would AMD have found a mountain pass by 10 o'clock?
AMD was a tougher one because it
did make a new high.
Yeah.
And then it came in. Would you have seen anything?
Yeah, the big, like where it sort of put in a mountain pass, the problem is it wasn't showing volume the way, because the volume sort of happened as it was going towards that first high of the day around 10 o'clock. And then the actual high of the day, of course, hit at what, 10, just after 10, 10:02 it looks like.
Yeah.
And it just wasn't enough of a pullback for me to be convinced it wasn't going to go higher. So in my estimation, it was just it was a tougher one. The other thing that if you look at that compared to the SPY at the time, of course, hindsight, it's easy to look at a chart and say, oh, everything went down at that point. But at that point, it was much flatter, like through that process. And to me, that looked like it was sort of gearing up for another push higher. So
yeah, which is always the issue. We only talk about what occurred next, not the failure case of
right.
It can look both ways. I mean, We're just gonna take the one that triggers. Yeah.
That's a key thing I've watched, especially new traders make the mistake of all the time, where you build strategies based on finished charts,
Yeah.
and which is natural. It's what most people do, but it's so easy to see a pattern in a finished chart. It's much more difficult to detect it as it's forming.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yeah. I agree.
and
Peter, I don't see your breath, so I assume you got the heat on.
it has been comfortable in the house all day. So yes, we seem to have resolved the problem. Knock on wood. I actually haven't checked the thermostat in the last couple hours to make sure it hasn't lost its settings again. But it's a brand new thermostat, so hopefully it's still going well. But yes. Anyways, I like, if there are any surfers out there, I still like the surfing analogy that people have put forward in the past, and that I sort of adopted. I'm not a surfer, but understanding the concept, it's just, trading the markets is like, being a surfer. When you're out on the waves, it's harder to see them when you're in the waves compared to when you're watching from a distance. And it's easy to see a big wave after it's formed and to see someone on the wave and go, see, that's a smart person, they got on the wave. It's a lot harder when you're out there to catch that wave as it's just forming, because you got to see all the subtle signals underneath, right? What did the previous waves do? How does it set up? Why is this likely to be a big one? Like, it's very hard to read in the real world, in the real moment, to catch the perfect wave. And in trading, it's a lot the same way. We're basically trying to catch the perfect wave, aren't we?
Yeah.
So it's a very good analogy.
Where you get on, there's very few surfboards breaking and hitting you in the face, and then you just keep riding it for the entire session.
Right.
Yeah, which for us is like, I guess, a day of surfing. Surf one big wave all day. Not everybody's cup of tea, actually. I usually find people like getting off of a big wave. They'd rather surf the big wave once, the small wave 3 times, and then they might get on the big wave one more time a little bit later, once they realize that it's the biggest of the waves today. So there's a lot of pullback traders in here. I usually find.
Look at that! I just looked at the daily on Micron for the first time. It's that's a big candle for the daily. Actually, it's.
Yeah. I mean, if you look at today's candle, it's bigger than average from volatility, maybe the past couple weeks.
Yeah,
Amazon had a big move. Tesla's technically a pretty big candle today. I mean, we moved almost the same as the October day of the delivery numbers being announced in October 2nd. So it's big waves today, but yeah, MU's is clear and straight up. So.
Yeah, MU intraday. I mean, it's moved $30 from last year's close, Wednesday's close. $20 of that though was intraday, so we had a $10 gap followed by a $20 move. That's pretty rare for any stock.
Yeah.
Let alone Micron.
You just
missed it. Don't worry, I missed them all today.
We need volatility to stay high because I was getting tired of trading $2.50 ranges in the spot. It's a $680 product and it's moving $2.50 a day. Really worth it.
In other random news, hold on, let me.
Yeah.
My wife gave me this piece of mail today. I love it when you get examples of corporate, not double speak, but making the best of the situation speak.
Okay, I was gonna say indoctrination, maybe.
No, it's this letter from the manufacturer of my wife's car that says voluntary emissions service campaign. It's an interim letter, meaning you don't have to do anything about it. We're just letting you know that we're going to send you another letter that you have to do something about. And I like this. It says, So they start by saying this is a voluntary emissions service campaign to improve the emissions software logic in the electronic control module in your model year vehicle to ensure compliance with emission regulations. Okay. So they're saying that they need to change the software to make it compliant with emissions regulations. Later on, they go to say, we have become aware that certain model years with your engine type may have engine calibrations that were not optimized for emission standards under certain specific conditions. To me, it's the use of certain specific conditions. That methinks he doth protest too much, right? Like
Does it say what those are?
No. Instead of just saying under specific conditions, they say under certain specific conditions. They're really trying to say, oh yeah, it only happens every once in a while, which makes me think that it happens quite often. Anyways, but what also kills me is they say this is only an interim notice as we work on obtaining the remedy software. Huh? So you haven't even written the code to solve the problem? You just have to, probably by law, they have to tell me there's a problem. They haven't figured out how to rewrite the code to actually solve it. Because what does it mean as we work to obtain the remedy software? Who has it? Why do you need to obtain it? Somebody holding out on you? What do you mean? Basically, it's got to mean you haven't written it yet, right?
Right.
Which seems odd that they're going to send us a notice saying, we'll figure out the coding a little bit later. Anyways,
yeah, that's interesting.
I just find it just such an odd letter, you know. It's like somebody said we have to send this out by law. We really don't want to. We will meet the letter of the law, not the spirit.
Literally.
Yeah. Anyways, I like those. Well, yeah, this is Doug. I didn't even think about that, but yeah, it is sort of like this is Kia, not Volkswagen, but it does feel like that Volkswagen situation where they were like, I mean, I don't know if this is being caught cheating or not. I can't tell. Obviously, they're not going to tell you in their letter. Yeah, that's true. Who approved this letter? Let's see. What poor sucker had to? This guy here, Director of Customer Experience, is the one that had to put their name to this letter. So,
Jesus.
Brian,
Yeah.
what you up to?
you're doing some incantations or something. Anyways.
I love open mic discussions.
I saw a question earlier. Ajit, I did not take any trades today. I missed the early morning trades because I had a technician in my house fixing the heat. He did fix it, but by then, as I said, all the action was over and I was just watching things go sideways. I'm really conscious of not trying to chase things, but I am also regretful of missing the open. So hopefully by tomorrow, Monday, the next trading day,
the first full week of 2026.
Yeah, I can fully focus on trading and not be distracted by environmental conditions.
And I got most of my trading was shorting Tesla. I had two longs, one which kind of bit me, and then the other one recovered a portion of it, but still struggling with timing on larger time frame setups because I can't see the 1 minute anymore when I'm trading. I've taken it completely off my DOS, so I have no 1 minute chart now.
You don't even want to look at it.
Nope. Y'all just gonna have to tell me the candles look a certain way. I'm flying blind over here. I got 5, 30, and I'm considering 15. But I'm also considering leaving my daily and then hiding it when the session starts, because I need the daily context once.
Right.
But I don't think I need the one anymore, and smoothing out the 5 is just helping with like me not taking minor stops before a move, you know. So I'm usually just trying to time the 30-minute session start, which means I need a clock, not a chart. I need something to tell me like it's about to open. Don't take a new position yet. Wait.
There are easy solutions for that.
Well, the platform, I want the candles that have the time stamp drawing on the price, and
Right.
I think I'm trying to get used to that too. So, is it too early to start looking at yearly candles? No. Once it's set, it's set. It'll never change.
Thanks, Brian. That definitely doesn't look like my head pasted on someone else's body.
But look how happy you are.
I
Look how
am.
excited you are to surf.
Yeah.
AI sure knows how to draw a good wide smile on fake
No
faces.
kidding. Got the right amount of arm and leg hair though, so that's good.
Nice. What about muscle tone? Is that
It's looking pretty accurate there. I mean, I would think like I'm not, I don't look super ripped or anything. I'm not,
Yeah.
maybe tough to tell. I'm crouching over my stomach, so you can't see it. But
I would say you have well-developed traps in this, and
yeah, I
might
mean,
be
this
just
is
a consequence of
I got
surfing.
cycling knees going on there, so it looks like we got the good knee muscles. Anyways.
See,
All right, guys. I had my alarms off. I was missing the 1 to 10 setup. Here we are, right into it, though.
Let's see.
All right.
So we got a little knockback
Got
on
a
the
pop up on
cues.
Apple. Pop up on Microsoft. Oh, I like this Microsoft move. Let's see if we can get a little more volume here in the last 15 seconds.
Yeah. So we kind of push back into the midday range a bit, but it looks like it's holding up
Microsoft
pretty
had
well.
a really good move lower at the open today. It was one of the few that just picked a direction and went with it.
Amazon technically did, but it took a little longer. Once it got going, though, it moved big.
I don't like the setup here on Microsoft. All right, I did not take the Microsoft short.
Oh yeah, Microsoft and Tesla look kind of similar actually. They have similar like holding areas, and there's another low before the bounce came in.
Wow. All right. Well, there's a move on Microsoft. It's working.
Sorry. I got a bunch of baked goods for 2026, so I'm starting to eat through all my bakery items.
You got baked goods. Okay. Not that you did not bake, I presume.
There's a French bakery. The woman who does the baking, she's from France,
Okay.
and all of her stuff is amazing. So I've been slowly trying everything, and she has stuff I've never seen before either. She does pain au chocolat, which is something I've heard of, never tried. And then she makes something called koukaman, which is a laminated caramelized pastry
Laminated.
where you put the butter in between sheets of dough.
Okay.
Like you roll cold butter and then you keep flipping to put more layers into it.
Okay.
It's called lamination.
Okay.
Usually done with croissants.
Yeah, I was going to say that's a croissant making. We have.
But
yeah, go ahead.
the koukaman just also puts sugar, so it caramelizes as it's baking.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, pain au chocolat is a staple in France, so not a surprise that that's something that she would make.
She makes a really good almond croissant too. I like decadent internal juice. I don't know what to call it. Hits the happy button on the. But I'll just eat a lemon bar from her where she does what's it called? Poppy seeds with the lemon. That's always one of my favorites. Well, next 5 minutes, market fell back, popping, kind of just hitting our initial morning pullback areas. Not really seeing key levels here. But usually just say whichever flow is active, go with that one and see what happens. So the cues are falling back and see how far down they can go. Somewhere in the middle would be ideal. It would also be a good day to like look at today's profile because it tells you any positions today are going to have like an element of where was price accepted today. So in the overall markets, we are trading lower, but we also set value lower, which is something you want to carry forward for like Monday. If we're trading above the VPOC today, it's going to mean something. If we're trading below it, we'll just keep shorting.
Pop back up on Microsoft and Apple. That's. I feel better for not having taken the trade.
I just want to get out of this freaking range. Sometimes I like range trading, and sometimes I just want to see a new price. And unfortunately, they don't want the second one. Yeah, they're fun, but the issue is if we have to trade it every day and the edges are only touched once every 2 weeks, then I can only put a position on in a monthly range every 2 weeks for the edge. You don't get those offerings every single day. Yeah, and that's why like when you're fractal, it's hard to tell who's leading the order flow, because if I start trusting something for a week and then the following week bids back, do you trust anything from last week if you're running through the entire range? Go look at what happened last week versus this week. We literally just went to the bottom of last week. So that's the hard part, is like there's a lot of flips on smaller time frames that still matter for the intraday bias. And the bigger bias remains bullish, which doesn't affect the intraday candle at all. So just trying to constantly work your mind as to what level am I respecting at this point and what am I not. That's the thing in Q, I'm not getting tighter entries. I'm trusting buy and sell levels on the 30-minute as they form. So So if the 30-minute candle starts bidding up, I trust the open of the 30-minute candle. I don't care what the 1 minute says. I trust the price. It's why it's harder too. I'm trying to still use a 5 for context clues and maybe a little bit of tightening, but I can't see the 1 anymore. So anytime someone asks me to look at it, I'll say I don't know what it looks like anymore. Removes the job for me. I will no longer analyze your 1 minute charts starting in 2026.
I refuse. I refuse.
Can't
Damn
see it.
you. All right. Well, 30 seconds left here in this market day, the first day of the year.
Is a 1 minute messing with it? No. Just bigger moves don't necessarily need 1 minute context. I target 30-minute liquidity now. So. All right.
There it is. There's the bell. All right. Well,
There she blows.
John's here. John was around. Did you have I was asking a question earlier, John, about your car. I don't know if you were this morning when we were on the air. We've been having so much snow recently.
That's
I was
good.
curious how a self-driving car actually functions when there's snow on the ground. Does it work at all?
Oh, and can't see their lines.
Yeah.
Can you hear me, Peter?
Yeah.
What's the question?
The question
Well,
is,
then what kind?
does self-driving
what kind of-
mode even engage when there's snow on the ground?
Yeah, it does.
That's a
It
good question.
does. Actually, yes, it does. I'm a little hesitant to use it in the snow, to be honest with you. It goes a little quick, faster than I would go. I've let it go by itself, but having recently crashed a car in the snow, I'm not really willing to stuff another one into a tree. So I'm a little hesitant. I feel like it goes a bit too quick, and I've definitely turned it off in the snow and just decided I'm going to maneuver the car myself. But yeah, it will do it.
How does it determine where the road is when you can't see the lines?
It's beyond lines. It's the way this thing sees is it's not like other car companies with like lane recognition and stuff. It is absorbing everything like you absorb with your eyes, Peter. You got to think of it that way. It's looking at snowbanks and mailboxes and trees and the road and it's just
And
it's
pedestrians.
it's pretty advanced how it like determines where the road is. So
Interesting.
which I couldn't. I
it's-
don't. I don't engineer the stuff. I don't know exactly, but it's not just like trying to find the edge of the road.
Right.
Exactly.
Seeing things. It's in the matrix.
Fair enough. Huh. Cool. I'd like to try it someday.
I do have a screenshot for you though.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
I lost it. Where did it go?
Whoa, a lot of people just watching today. That makes sense. First day of the year. A little cautious out there. What is this screenshot? Wow. So that means 91% of your driving has been on autopilot?
Yeah, since the last major software update. Yeah. So I use it a lot.
Wow.
I definitely, as you can tell, use it more than I don't use it. So yeah, it's I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. It's good. It's very, very good. Just keeps getting better.
Right. Cool.
I'm not sure I'd want to do a self-driving in a beta mode. I'd let somebody else test that.
Oh, the auto steer. Yeah, I don't even know what that is because that's when you don't have full self-driving. I'm not actually real familiar with auto steer.
losers. What do you think, Jared? Where are we going to open on Monday, barring any unforeseen news?
Mm,
Kind of went out on a red day. Well, SPY was green, barely.
see. Have we done anything special today? We've dropped last week's low, and then we pushed back. So could we open at the same open 2 weeks ago? Possibly.
Yeah.
This area is all balanced right now, so we didn't go to support. We just went to the bottom of a candle. I don't know. This area sucks. There's just nothing here that's like important. Yeah. I mean, I'm glad to see that they're like testing certain lows, but we're still kind of mid on bounces a lot of times, and that's where we end up closing. So
They already filled that gap.
kind of thinking like I mean, I'm still in the camp of like they want to move up first, so a fresh all-time high before any major sell-off makes sense to me.
Yeah.
Because you'd be at the year-to-date high and then you'd like start stepping down immediately without a test. Seems weird, but I don't know. I don't know when true selling starts on a fresh candle, because everything today is like relative to the open of today. You know, it's our first print.
Really more chop, maybe more consolidation.
I'm hoping for a surge. Like I want to get to about 7,100 SPY or SPX. I want to see what a spike looks like this year, and then if they turn off of that, then we could maybe start traversing the range that was set in October.
Right.
Everything else is like tight candles up here, and I don't see a directional bias because we've been balanced for so long. It's like all of this has been the same area, so the days when we're moving down, I just assume they're going to go to the lows eventually. And the days that they're moving up, they try and get out and they fail. So
That's been a pretty safe assumption, actually.
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
it's hard to leave balance. I mean, that's the idea. Buyers and sellers love it here. Why would they leave? They can just keep churning the area forever. So yeah, I'm trying not to look too much at last year's price action too, because after January, most of it's irrelevant to me. I think the only thing that would matter is like a monthly low from last year. The dailies are going to start becoming irrelevant now that we're in a new trading year. You know, just October's bar is the thing that's holding us back. So if that's the high from last year and we can't even drop December, then I guess we have to push it again and try and get a little bit higher. So that's kind of my thinking. Even if this is distribution, we're still pushing up right now. I know that analysis sucks, but it's all I can see right now because these candles are frustratingly tight.
Yeah. We have, but it's been kind of a weird couple of weeks anyway, right? Because of the
That it has.
holidays and pretty volatile sessions.
Mm-hmm. November low right after Thanksgiving was super volatile. We went up like 5% in 3.5 days, and no one was supposed to be here trading. The thing ripped.
Yeah.
It was like the fastest recovery I've seen recently. So. All right, Peter, Brian.
Yes.
wrap it up and look at it Monday. When it
Yeah,
Yep. That's it.
indeed.
Well, that's the week.
All right.
Well,
Have a
she
good weekend, everybody. After this long 1-day pseudo week.
Yeah, y'all have a great weekend. I'll see y'all bright and early Monday morning. Engineering the market. First to arrive, last to leave. Somewhere in between, I'm doing other things.
There you go. Someone's got to do the hard work.
Sure. The open and the close.
Yeah. All right. Take care, everybody. Have a great weekend. We'll talk to you later.
Yep.
All right.
Bye.
Yeah, everybody, have a good one. Ciao.